Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I don't remember the exact age I was when it happened. Somewhere between 5 and 8, I think. Old enough to understand fear, but not old enough to know what to do with it. It was a cold night. The kind where the windows sweat and the dark feels heavy. My mother had recently broken up with her boyfriend. He wasn't a good man. Loud, the kind of man who could turn a whole room to ice just by walking into it. Even as a little kid, I could sense it. Something about him always made me feel like I should be smaller, quieter, invisible. That night, she had fallen asleep on the couch downstairs. The fire had burned low, just embers left, and I remember the soft orange light flickering off the walls as I passed by earlier to go up to bed. She had a drink in her hand and a blanket thrown over her legs. Her face tired and sad, but quiet in a way I didn't see often. I had crept upstairs to my room without saying anything, pulled my blankets tight around me, and closed my eyes. The kind of quiet you only get in the middle of the night filled the house. The ticking of the old wall clock downstairs. The soft rustling of wind outside. Everything was still, until the banging started. It wasn't soft. It wasn't uncertain. It was loud and sudden and sharp. 2 heavy bangs right on the glass of my bedroom window. Not tapping. Not knocking. It was fists. Angry, deliberate fists slamming over and over on the window. I froze. My body went stiff before I could even think. The window was right by my bed, and outside it was the flat roof of the kitchen extension. I knew the only way someone could be banging on it was if they were standing right there. Outside my window, on the roof. I pulled the blanket over my head like it would make me disappear. The banging kept going. Then came the yelling. A voice I recognized right away. His voice. My mom's ex. He was shouting my mother's name, over and over again, loud and hateful and drunk. Then he started shouting my name too. My real name. Not just a shout. It was the kind of yell you hear in fights, in arguments that have already gone too far. It was full of something ugly and deep and wild. I remember feeling like my chest was shaking. I couldn't tell if it was the sound or if it was just me trembling under the blanket. I stayed under there as long as I could, trying not to breathe too loud, trying to be invisible, but the sound of him screaming my name like that tore something in me. I started crying. At first just a little, and then I couldn't stop. My voice joined the noise. I was screaming too, begging him to go away. I got out from under the blanket and sat up in bed, tears falling hard down my face, my little hands gripping the edge of the blanket so tight my knuckles hurt. But he didn't stop. He didn't go away. He moved to the next bedroom. It was my sister's room, but she wasn't home that night. I don't even remember where she was, maybe with my grandmother. The house felt so empty except for me and my mom. And then there was the crash. A sound I will never forget. Glass shattering. The whole window of the next room exploded inward. I could hear the sharp tinkle of pieces falling to the floor, hitting the bed, the dresser. I could hear him climbing through it, or trying to. I didn't stop to think. I jumped out of bed and ran barefoot down the stairs. I don't think I made any noise going down. I didn't call for my mom until I saw her. She was still on the couch, but now she was sitting up, looking confused and scared, rubbing her face like she couldn't tell if she was dreaming. And then I saw the fear hit her face. She jumped up fast and started looking around. She heard the glass. She heard him shouting. While all this was happening, he had gotten down from the roof. I don't know how he didn't hurt himself jumping off, but he didn't care. I could hear his boots on the ground now, and then he was at the back door. He started kicking it, hard, over and over. The whole door rattled in the frame with each kick, and I could see the shadows of his legs under the porch light. My mom pushed me back toward the stairs, yelling at me to go up and lock myself in my room. I didn't want to go, but she screamed it so loud I ran without thinking. I got back to my room, my legs shaking so hard I nearly fell going up the stairs. My window had a crack running all the way down one side now, a big angry line that hadn't been there before. I locked the door behind me and crawled to the corner, shaking. I grabbed the phone from my nightstand. It was one of those chunky cordless ones. I punched in the emergency number. My hands were shaking so badly I had to try twice. When the person picked up, I couldn't speak at first. I stuttered. My words came out fast, mixed with tears and panic. I tried to explain what was happening. that someone was breaking in, that he was trying to hurt my mom, that he had already broken a window and was now at the door, that we needed help. They didn't believe me. I don't know why. Maybe because of my voice. Maybe because of my age. I remember the way they kept asking questions in a calm voice, like I was making it up. I could barely get the words out, but I knew they didn't believe me. They thought it was a prank. I kept saying, please, but they just told me to stay inside and keep the door locked. Then the line went dead, or maybe I dropped the phone. I don't even know. I sat there, helpless, still crying, while the sound of more crashing downstairs echoed through the house. He had gotten in. He was inside the house. Things started to break. Glass, furniture, whatever he could find. I could hear my mom screaming. It wasn't the same voice she used when she was angry or scared about something little. This was raw and loud and full of panic. I could hear him shouting over her, that same hateful tone he used outside. Then I heard a sound that stopped everything in me, a dull thud, like something heavy hitting flesh. A pause, then another thud, and my mom's voice, panicked and desperate. I knew he was hitting her. I grabbed the phone again, trying to redial, but my hands weren't working right. I couldn't focus. Then I remembered my Nana. I don't know why I thought of her. Maybe because she always believed me, always knew when something was wrong. I found her number and called. This time, I didn't try to explain much. I just kept crying and begging her to get the guards, to get someone to come to the house. I told her he was going to kill us, that he had a bottle, that he was inside, and he was going to kill us. He had been holding a bottle of whiskey when he was on the roof. I had seen it in his hand under the porch light, thick glass and still mostly full. I kept thinking he was going to throw it through my window, that it was going to come crashing through the glass and hit me in the face, that it was going to break everything, that he was going to break everything, and maybe me too. Nana must have believed me, because a while after I hung up, I started to hear sirens. First faint, then louder. It was the best sound I've ever heard in my life. Even now, it brings me back to that night. That long, endless hour where I thought I was going to die. Where I thought he was going to kill my mother in front of me, or take her with him and leave me alone in a broken house. I didn't move from my corner. I just sat there, staring at the cracked glass of my window, listening. When the sirens got really close, everything downstairs changed. I heard a door slam. I heard his voice one last time, angry and slurred, shouting something I couldn't understand. Then I heard footsteps running across the porch, and then nothing. I stayed upstairs until the guards came inside. I heard new voices, clear and firm, and not afraid. Then I heard my mom calling for me. Her voice sounded different, shaken, weak, but alive. I opened the door slowly and crept downstairs. The living room was a mess. The back door was wide open. The glass from the broken bedroom window was everywhere. A chair was knocked over, the lamp smashed. My mom had blood on her face, on her arms, but she was standing, talking, holding a towel to her cheek and shaking. I remember the way the guards looked at me when I walked in. They didn't say much, but one of them gently led me to the couch and wrapped a blanket around me. I remember the way my mother looked at me. She was crying too now, but she pulled me in close and didn't let go. I didn't say anything. I didn't have any words left. They arrested him not long after. I don't know where he went, jail maybe, or a holding cell. I didn't ask. I didn't care. I just knew he was gone. The house stayed broken for days. We couldn't sleep upstairs for a while, not with the window gone. I stayed in my mom's room, or sometimes on the couch. The fear didn't leave for a long time. Every noise outside made my heart jump. Every night I went to bed wondering if I'd hear the banging again. But he didn't come back. He never came back. We got a new back door. My mom replaced the broken windows. She stopped drinking for a while too. I think the night scared her as much as it scared me. Maybe more. I know she blamed herself, but she never said it. We didn't talk about it much after. It was one of those things that hung in the air, unspoken but always there. I grew up, got older, moved away, but sometimes I still dream about that night. The sound of fists on glass, the way my name sounded when he screamed it, the feeling of the phone in my hand, and the disbelief on the other end. I think the worst part wasn't even the violence. It was feeling so small, so helpless, knowing that no one was coming for us until it was almost too late. But I survived. We both did. And that's the part one hold on to. I hadn't slept properly in a long time. When I say long, I mean it in the deepest sense. More than a year and a half without a full night of rest. It wasn't just insomnia, which had been part of my life for as long as I could remember. No, this was something worse. The kind of vivid nightmares that left my chest tight and my mind racing so hard that sleep became a prison. Each night was a battle to even keep my eyes closed. I would lie awake, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat, waiting for morning like a prisoner waiting for parole. I could never explain the dreams clearly because they changed constantly, but their effect was always the same. Fear, dread, and helplessness. Sometimes it felt like I was being chased, other times like I was trapped somewhere with no escape. The worst part was the lingering feeling of being watched, even after waking. This fear crept into every part of my life, and soon enough, it started to bleed into reality. I wasn't close to my parents. They weren't terrible people, but they weren't the kind of people who made you feel safe or understood either. Their care was limited, often curt, and when they got frustrated, they shouted or ignored me. They fed me, sure, and they provided a roof, but emotional support? That was almost non-existent. I tried not to blame them because I knew parents are imperfect, but that didn't make the loneliness and frustration go away. The quarantine only made things worse. Our apartment complex was locked down, sealed off from the outside world like some kind of tiny, overcrowded bubble. The rules were clear. No one was allowed to leave the borders of the complex. It was a cramped space with narrow sidewalks, a few patchy grassy spots, and the tired, peeling paint of the buildings that looked more worn down each day. My parents, already distant and volatile, suddenly became fixated on my sister, who was allowed to go out more freely. They were overly protective of her, constantly checking where she was, what she was doing, and who she was with. Meanwhile, I was basically ignored most of the day, except when they shouted at me to do something or told me to get out of the house. Every night around 10 or 11, I was forced to go out with my father and our dog to walk around the complex. I hated it with every fiber of my being. I was an introvert. I needed quiet and solitude. Being stuck pacing the same cracked concrete paths with the same tired walls staring back at me was unbearable. The dog was the only reason I tolerated it. At least I had something to focus on besides my spiraling thoughts. My insomnia didn't care about the quarantine, or the long walks, or my parents' mood swings. The nightmares were still there, clawing at me, pulling me deeper into fear every night. I tried to distract myself during these walks by listening to podcasts, usually something comedic or light, anything to drown out the hum of my own panic. But one night, it all went wrong. The walk started like usual. The air was cold and sharp, carrying the smell of wet leaves and the faint stench of garbage that had been sitting too long near the dumpsters. My father walked ahead, the dog pulling at the leash, ears pricked as if it sensed something too. I tried to keep my eyes focused on the cracks in the sidewalk, the dull yellow light from the street lamps, anything but the dark patches between the buildings. As we walked, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. A man. He was standing at the edge of the complex, just inside the boundary. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't someone I had seen before, not even in passing. He was tall and thin, wearing dark clothes that blended into the night. His face was hidden under a hood, and he stood perfectly still, like a statue waiting for something. At first, I thought maybe he was just another resident out for a late-night walk. But as we continued, he started moving. Not casually, but deliberately. Slowly at first, then quicker. He was following me. I could hear the quickening pace of his footsteps behind me. Faster and faster, matching mine every time I sped up. My heart jumped into my throat. I wanted to scream, to run, but I kept telling myself to stay calm. The podcasts blared in my ears, trying to drown out the fear, but the pounding of my heart was louder than any voice. I felt frozen and exposed at the same time. I glanced around. No one else was on the paths. No couples holding hands, no groups of neighbors chatting, just me and the shadow behind me. I quickened my steps, trying to shake him off, but the footsteps behind me sped up too. I started to run. The cold night air bit into my lungs as I sprinted past cracked flower beds and empty benches. My dog barked once, anxious, tugging on the leash. Panic gripped me. I didn't know what he wanted. I didn't know if he was dangerous or just someone strange, but my mind raced to the worst possibilities. What if he wanted to hurt me? What if he was waiting for me to be alone? After what felt like an eternity of running, I finally saw a light ahead, a couple walking slowly down the path, heads close together. Relief flooded me. I slowed, panting, and mumbled a quick request to join them, explaining quietly that I was being followed. They looked surprised but nodded, and I joined their little group, walking close to them like a shield. The footsteps behind me stopped. The man saw the group and vanished into the shadows, retreating without a word. I stayed with the couple for a while longer, my hands shaking and my breath uneven. I thanked them silently once I was sure I was safe. When I finally got back inside my apartment, I locked the door and sank against it. My legs felt weak, and my whole body was trembling. The nightmares were bad enough, but now this real fear, being followed, had made the walls close in on me. The days after were harder. I avoided going out alone whenever I could, but my parents still made me go on those nightly walks. The quarantine was relentless, the complex claustrophobic. I stopped listening to podcasts. Instead, I just stared at the walls or at the ceiling in my room, too scared to sleep, too exhausted to stay awake. The insomnia only worsened. I stopped trusting my own mind. Every shadow, every distant sound set me on edge. I felt trapped in a constant state of fear and loneliness. But slowly, something began to change. I started writing down what happened every night. The dreams, the fear, the small moments of relief. Writing was the only thing that calmed my racing mind. It was like putting a bit of light into the darkness, one word at a time. I began to share some of these writings online, anonymously. I found others who felt the same fear, the same isolation. Their words, their stories, gave me strength. I realized I wasn't alone, even when I felt like I was. The quarantine eventually ended. My parents' mood softened a little, though they never became the people I wished they were. The complex opened up again, and I didn't have to walk with my father every night. I still avoided going out alone after dark, but the fear of being followed faded with time. Sleep finally came back, slowly and unevenly, but it came. The nightmares didn't disappear overnight, but the terror lessened. I learned to face the darkness, both in my mind and outside in the world. Looking back, I know those nights of fear and loneliness shaped me. They forced me to find strength inside myself when no one else would. And though the scars remain, I keep moving forward, one small step at a time, knowing that even in the darkest places, light can grow. I remember the blinds near the back door of our house like they were nothing special. They were those thin vertical blinds that hung loosely, kind of cheap, and honestly nobody ever bothered to close them. We never thought it mattered much. Our backyard was pretty quiet, and the neighborhood was calm. People walking their dogs, kids riding bikes, the usual. So the blinds stayed open almost all the time, especially near the back door window. It felt like no one ever paid attention to that side of the house. That's why it hit me so hard the day everything changed. It was late afternoon, the sun starting to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows across the kitchen floor. I was sitting at the kitchen table, just eating a snack, minding my own business. The table was covered in crumbs and bits of sandwich, the smell of peanut butter lingering in the air. My mom was in the living room, maybe folding some laundry or something. I don't really remember. It was one of those lazy, normal days that felt like any other. Then out of nowhere, my mom started screaming. I still hear that scream in my head sometimes. It wasn't the kind of scream you expect, a playful yell or a sudden shout. It was raw and terrified. She came running toward the kitchen, eyes wide and panicked, her hands trembling as she shouted at us to call the police. I froze for a second, heart pounding. I asked her what was wrong, and she just pointed toward the back door window. Her voice shook as she explained that a man was standing right there, just outside, staring in at us. I didn't believe her at first. I mean, who just stands outside a house and watches a family like that? But then I looked toward the door and saw him. He wasn't hiding well at all. He was just standing there, frozen, trying to blend in with the shadows but failing. His jacket was bright orange with red stripes or patches, something like that. The colors stuck in my mind because they were so loud, almost like he wanted to be seen. His eyes were fixed on us, unblinking, just watching us as if we were something he had been waiting for. He didn't say anything. He didn't move toward the door or try to talk. Just stood there, watching. It felt wrong, like something was very, very off. The police came pretty quickly after the call. My mom explained what happened, her voice still shaky but determined. But by the time they arrived, the man was gone. He'd disappeared into the neighborhood like a ghost. The officers asked for a description, and my mom told them about the jacket, the way he stood, the feeling that made her skin crawl. The cops told her to call again if he came back, and to make sure we locked all the doors and closed the blinds. We all thought that was the end of it. A weird, scary moment, but one that wouldn't happen again. But it did. A few days later, I was in the bathroom, just sitting down, doing what I was doing, when I heard shouting and noise from downstairs. It sounded chaotic. I wasn't really in a mood to deal with whatever was happening, but curiosity got the better of me. I asked my mom what was going on. She told me the guy was back. Again, standing outside, watching us. This time she screamed at him, loud enough to scare him off. The police came again, but instead of being helpful, they sort of scolded my mom for letting the man get away again. They warned her to try to stop him from running next time, which sounded crazy. How was she supposed to stop a stranger outside the door? We were scared. The whole house felt tense and wrong. My mom installed cameras around the house, little security cams in every corner, front door, back door, windows, even the garage. We started locking every door, closing every blind. The bright orange jacket became a symbol in our heads of something dangerous lurking just beyond the glass. Still, the guy never showed up again. At least, not for a while. Then one day, we were driving home. Instead of pulling into the garage like normal, my mom suddenly slowed down and took a sharp turn away from the house. My sibling and I exchanged confused looks. She drove slowly along the road, then passed by a man standing on the sidewalk. She slowed down next to him, staring hard, watching him like she was making sure of something. When we got back to the house, she told us that the man was wearing the same orange and red jacket. She was the only one who had seen him clearly before, so we trusted her on this. But the way she handled it was what shook me. She said that if he knew she recognized him and knew where she lived, maybe he would leave us alone. I thought she was crazy. Driving around, confronting some stranger in the neighborhood like that, it seemed reckless and dangerous. The police stopped responding after that. They said there was nothing more they could do without catching him in the act, and since he never showed again, the case went cold. It felt like we were left to protect ourselves, alone and vulnerable. I still don't understand why he was there in the first place. What was he planning? Why stand and watch us for hours, just like that? He never tried to break in, never made a move that looked violent. But just his presence, the way he stared, made me feel like we were trapped in some nightmare. Sometimes I wonder if he had a weapon. Maybe he was just waiting for the right moment. Maybe he was crazy and liked watching people in their homes. Or maybe he was scouting the house for something else entirely. The fact that he ran away when my mom screamed only made it worse. Why would a dangerous man run away instead of attacking? Was he scared of being caught? Or was there some other reason? I started closing the blinds all the time after that. No more leaving them open by the back door. At night, I check every window before I go to bed, making sure nothing or no one is looking in. Every shadow near the house feels like it could be him, waiting again. Even now, I still catch myself glancing at the back door window, wondering if he's standing there, just watching. He was never found. The police stopped caring. He probably still lives somewhere in our neighborhood. He probably knows we're still here, in that same house, behind locked doors and closed blinds. And every night, that thought is the one that keeps me awake. Because knowing someone was out there watching, without any reason or explanation, it's the kind of fear that never really goes away. For about a year and a half, something strange and awful happened to me. It was like a dark cloud that I couldn't shake off, and it came out of nowhere. I never asked for it, never wanted it. I didn't even know what to call it at first. All I knew was that, without warning, this thought would hit me like a hammer. It would just pop into my head out of nowhere. Someone's due to die soon. I never knew who. I never knew when exactly. It wasn't a clear picture or a voice or a feeling, just a simple thought, a phrase. It wasn't scary at first. I thought it was just my mind messing with me. Maybe I was anxious, or maybe I was just thinking about death because things in my life were changing. Good things were happening, and I guess I thought they couldn't last. That's how my brain tried to make sense of it. Like some weird, morbid warning I was inventing for myself. But then, within a day or two, someone I knew died. It wasn't always a close friend. Sometimes it was just someone I had seen around or heard about. Sometimes someone I didn't even know well, but I recognized the name when I heard the news. And the thought always came before the news, sometimes by just a few hours, sometimes by nearly 2 days. I tried to ignore it. I tried not to think about it, but it kept coming, over and over again. At first, it was rare, just a few times over months. But after a while, it became almost every week. It was like living under a dark shadow that stretched over everything I did. Every time the thought came, it was like my body froze for a moment, and my heart started pounding. The dread was real. The feeling that someone I cared about, or at least knew, was about to be gone. I can't explain how I knew it was going to happen. I just did. The thought wasn't even scary itself, but the meaning behind it was. Like a warning sign flashing, but no details. No way to prepare. No way to stop it. The first death I knew about was a suicide. A young man, not someone I was close to, but someone I'd seen in passing. I remember the shock when I heard. The thought had come to me maybe 36 hours before the news. I felt sick to my stomach. The sadness wasn't just about him. It was about knowing that the thought wasn't random. It was real. And if it was real for him, it would be real again. After that, the premonitions didn't stop. I started keeping a mental count of the people who died, and the list grew fast. It was like a chain reaction that I couldn't escape. Over 20 people I knew directly or indirectly passed away in those 18 months. Friends, neighbors, co-workers, family members of friends, even strangers whose stories I heard because they were connected to someone I knew. Each time, the same thought came before the news. Someone's due to die soon. And sometimes the deaths were brutal: accidents, illnesses, sudden heart attacks, overdoses. But most terrifying of all were the suicides. There were 3 in total, spread out over that time. Each suicide hit me the hardest. The first was the worst, because it was the first time I realized that I wasn't just imagining things. It wasn't some coincidence. After that, every time I had the thought, I felt like a prisoner watching time tick down, helpless to change the outcome. I never told anyone about the premonitions. I was scared. I didn't want people to think I was crazy. And I didn't want to be the one to spread fear. The thought itself was enough to crush me. It made me feel like I was cursed or broken. I was terrified that if I told someone, they'd think I was making it up or trying to get attention. Most of all, I felt powerless. There was no way to use the knowledge. I never knew who it was going to be until it was already too late. I would sometimes try to warn people or reach out, but it was always vague and strange. If I said something like, "I feel like something bad is going to happen," people would just brush me off. It felt like shouting into a void. No one could understand. As the months went on, I got more withdrawn. I stopped talking much, stopped reaching out to friends as much. I was afraid. Afraid that if I got too close, I might lose them. Afraid that every new thought would mean another death. I started having trouble sleeping. Sometimes I'd lie awake at night, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the thought to come. It would sometimes come at the worst times, while I was trying to work or driving, or even while eating dinner. It would hit me like a weight on my chest, and I'd have to stop everything and breathe through it. The premonitions made me question everything. I thought about fate, about chance, about whether anything was really random. I thought about whether I had any control over life and death. But the truth was brutal. I had no control. I was just a witness, forced to watch a line of people fall and disappear, one by one. The last suicide was the hardest. For the first time, I knew with certainty it was going to happen before it did. The thought was different. It was sharper, heavier. It wasn't just someone's due to die soon. It was a clear sense that someone would take their own life. And I knew I couldn't stop it. That was the moment I felt completely broken. I felt like I was carrying a secret too heavy for me, like a warning no one wanted to hear. I didn't know who it was. I never did. And when it happened, I was overwhelmed with guilt and sorrow. I thought about all the times I could have done something, called someone, reached out, said something, but I had no proof, no details, just a feeling. I was powerless. After that last death, the premonitions stopped. Just like that. No more warnings, no more dread-filled thoughts. The weight on my chest lifted, but the scars remained. I was left with a mix of relief and emptiness. Relief that it was over, but emptiness because I had been changed forever by it. Those 18 months changed the way I see the world. I learned how fragile life is, how random and painful loss can be. I learned that sometimes you can't protect the people you love, no matter how much you want to. I learned about the invisible battles people fight alone, and how many suffer in silence. I don't envy people who say they have psychic gifts. I don't believe in magic or supernatural things, but I do believe that sometimes life throws you into a darkness you can't explain or escape. And sometimes all you can do is hold on and keep living, even when the world feels like it's falling apart around you. I still remember each death. The faces, the stories, the way the news hit me like a punch. The thought before the news, the warning that came with no answers. It was a terrible burden, and for a long time, I felt alone with it. But I survived. I'm here. And I tell this story not for sympathy, but because I want people to know that sometimes the worst things come without warning. Sometimes the hardest part is living through it and finding a way to keep going. That's all I have. No ghosts, no magic, just a real story about a hard, painful time and how I learned to live with it. That night has stayed with me for as long as I can remember, and even now, years later, it sometimes creeps into my thoughts, making my skin crawl all over again. It wasn't just a dream or a bad imagination playing tricks on me. At least, that's what I tell myself. But the way it felt back then, like something real and heavy was pressing down on me, I still wonder if it was just some kind of hallucination or something I couldn't understand at the time. When I was younger, I had some bladder problems that made me wet the bed a lot. I was too embarrassed to sleep in my own room, so I usually shared a room with my older brother. His bed was bigger, and I felt safer there, like having someone else in the room would stop me from feeling alone or scared in the dark. The nights were always hard for me because I often had to get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Sometimes I was half asleep, barely aware of what I was doing, but other times I was wide awake, and those were the nights that would get stuck in my mind. This particular night, I woke up with that familiar pressure in my bladder. I knew I had to go, so I quietly slipped out of bed, careful not to wake my brother. The room was dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the curtains. The house was still and silent except for the soft creak of the floor under my bare feet. The cold air brushed against my skin as I walked down the hall toward the bathroom. When I reached the bathroom door, I flicked on the light switch. The harsh fluorescent light spilled across the white tiles and flickered slightly as the bulb warmed up. The bathroom was small but neat, with a bathtub, a sink, and the toilet in the corner. The cold porcelain looked clean but unwelcoming in the bright light. Out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or some trick of the light, but then I saw it clearly enough to freeze in place. Standing in the doorway, just on the edge of the bathroom light, was a figure, tall, towering, and broad-shouldered, easily 7 feet tall. Its shape was massive and muscular, but its edges were dark, almost like it was made of shadow. I couldn't make out a face or any details because it was just a silhouette against the dim hallway. My heart pounded so loud I was sure it would burst through my chest. I tried to tell myself it was a nightmare, or maybe my mind was playing tricks after all those nights of waking up scared and tired. But my body wouldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, staring at this giant figure that didn't belong anywhere near my house near me. For a moment, I thought it was some kind of demon or monster. I didn't know anything about such things, but my young mind filled the space with the worst possible idea. I imagined it had come to get me, or worse. My breath caught in my throat, and I swallowed hard, trying not to scream. Just then, my dad's door opened across the hall. His silhouette appeared, strong and familiar, his voice calling softly for me to come back to bed. Relief washed over me for a split second, but it quickly turned to horror. The tall figure didn't move away or disappear. Instead, it reached a huge hand out toward my dad, as if trying to grab him. The hand was enormous and looked rough, like it belonged to some wild creature. I panicked. Somehow, I found the strength to flick on the hallway light. The sudden brightness flooded the area where the figure had stood, but it was gone. No shadow, no towering shape, nothing but the empty hallway bathed in light. My dad stepped fully into the hall, his face confused, asking if I was all right. I nodded, but I didn't say a word. I didn't want to scare him or seem crazy. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stayed awake, listening to the quiet creaks of the house, the hum of the night outside, waiting for something else to happen. For years, I kept the memory to myself. It didn't make sense, and I didn't want to sound like a kid making things up. But sometimes, late at night when the house is silent and I'm alone, I still remember that tall, dark figure waiting just outside the bathroom door. I remember the way it reached for my dad, like it belonged there, and like it wanted to take him away. I've thought a lot about what it could have been. Maybe it was a shadow cast by something outside the window. Maybe it was a trick of my tired brain, my fear mixing with sleepiness and imagination. But it felt real. Too real. The size, the presence, the way it moved. No shadow I've seen since has ever felt the same. I keep wondering why it was there, why it disappeared when the hall light came on, and why it never came back. Maybe it was just a bad dream after all. But some nights, when I have to get up and walk down a dark hallway, I can't help but look quickly, half expecting to see that same towering figure watching me again. Even now, I sleep with the hall light on. I'm going to start telling this story from the beginning, because the way it unfolded made every second feel heavier than the last. I'd been deployed to Iraq twice, and honestly, I was worried about a lot of things over there, IED mortars, being in a war zone. Those were real dangers, real threats that people around me faced every day. But despite all that, I never truly feared for my life. I was alert, cautious, maybe even tense sometimes, but fear? No, that wasn't what I felt. Not in the same way I was about to later, years after I got back. It started with something that seemed small at first, something I barely noticed. I had this weird issue in my mouth that no one could explain. It felt like some kind of fluid, almost like mucus, but inside my jaw, stuck between my gums and the bone. It wasn't on the surface, so it didn't look like anything strange to anyone else. But I could feel it, pressing and pushing down along the bone. It was pressing against a nerve connected to one of my top front teeth. Not a tooth you want to mess with. The sensation wasn't constant. It would flare up when I touched it the wrong way, like if I brushed against that spot with my tongue while talking or eating. It felt like a sharp pressure, almost like a stabbing ache that would shoot pain right into my tooth and jaw. And it was relentless. Even though it would go away after a while, it came back over and over. And sometimes the pressure was so intense it made my head throb. I saw doctors and dentists over and over, but no one could figure out what was wrong. They ran tests, took x-rays, poked and prodded, but everything looked normal. They couldn't find an infection, no cavities, nothing obvious. It was frustrating. I was stuck with this mystery pain, and the more I messed with it trying to find relief, the worse it seemed to get. This nonsense went on for nearly 2 years. 2 years of this nagging, invisible problem that no one seemed to understand. I learned to live with it, mostly. I'd have flare-ups that made me wince, but I kept going. I figured it was just something weird my body was dealing with, and eventually it might settle down. But then one night, everything changed. I was at work, and the pain was bad that night, worse than usual. Every little touch to that tooth would set it off, shooting that pressure like a hot wire through my nerve. Talking, swallowing, even breathing seemed to irritate it. I tried to ignore it, but it gnawed at me. The pain was sharp, deep, and maddening. I could feel it radiating from my tooth down into my jaw and even up into my temple. I took some pain pills, hydrocodone, along with ibuprofen. The pain eased off, just enough to stop me from losing my mind. But I was stupid. I kept messing with that tooth. I'd run my tongue over it, feel the pressure build, and the pain would flare back up. I'd pop another pill. The cycle went on through the night. Pain, pills, a little relief, then pain again. I wasn't thinking straight. I hadn't eaten in hours, just grabbed the meds on an empty stomach because I needed relief. It felt like the only way to survive the night. When my shift ended, I was exhausted, drained. I got in my car to drive home, hoping to just sleep this off. But halfway there, everything started to spin. My stomach turned over and over. I pulled the car over, leaned my head out the window, and vomited. Nothing came out except bile, and that burning acid taste that made me gag harder. I stumbled into my house, barely able to keep myself upright. My legs felt like they were made of jelly. I collapsed on the bathroom floor, dry heaving and coughing. The pain in my mouth was now joined by an overwhelming wave of sickness that seemed to take over my entire body. I was drenched in sweat even though the room was cold, and my skin felt clammy and clamored. I felt an exhaustion like I'd never known, like every part of me was screaming for rest, but also screaming for air. It was the worst sickness I had ever experienced, and the pain in my jaw was still there, stabbing, burning, relentless. At the same time, adrenaline was pumping through me like a river. My heart hammered in my chest, and I was dizzy, teetering on the edge of blacking out. I wasn't sure how long I lay there, but it felt like forever. I could barely think clearly. The pain, the sickness, and the exhaustion wrapped around me like a vice. I remember wondering, for the first and only time in my life, if this was it. If I was about to die right there on the cold bathroom floor. The entire experience stretched on, slow and brutal. It wasn't like passing out or fainting where things go black and quiet. No, this was a cruel kind of limbo, where you're stuck awake but barely aware, caught in a loop of agony and nausea that drains you of every ounce of strength and hope. At some point, my mom found me. She helped me get to bed, and I collapsed into sleep that was deep and long. When I woke up hours later, the worst of it was over. The pain and sickness had faded. The fog in my mind was lifting. That night taught me a lesson I won't ever forget. You have to pay attention to your body, especially when it's screaming in pain. Taking pills on an empty stomach and then ignoring the warning signs was a mistake that nearly cost me everything. That night, I finally understood how much damage can come from messing around with pain that your body isn't ready to handle. Over the next months, I managed the issue more carefully. The pain still came in small flares now and then, but I learned to accept it. I stopped poking at the tooth and quit overusing painkillers. I ate properly, stayed hydrated, and made sure I gave my body what it needed. Eventually, after nearly 2 years, the pain almost completely disappeared. I still feel it sometimes, a dull ache or slight pressure, but it's tolerable. It's part of me now, a strange reminder of those long nights. Looking back, I realize that no war, no explosion, no mortar fire ever made me feel as close to death as that night did. Not the threats in Iraq, not the dangers I faced overseas, but that quiet, invisible pain and sickness that crept up on me and nearly broke me. I'm not the same as I was before. That experience changed me, made me respect the limits of my own body and the power of pain in a way I never understood. It taught me that fear isn't always about the things you see or hear. It can live inside you, in the hidden places where you least expect it. Now, I live with that quiet knowledge. And every once in a while, when the pain flares just a little, I remember that night, the night I truly feared for my life, and I'm grateful for the strength to carry on. That night, I got home later than usual from a friend's house. I wasn't drunk or high or anything. I was completely sober. It had been one of those long, exhausting days where the sun baked everything down to a dry, cracked heat. Even when the sun finally disappeared behind the buildings, the air was still warm and sticky, wrapping itself around you like a heavy blanket. The kind of heat that makes you sweat even when you're just standing still. I hopped on my bike and started the ride home. The streets were mostly empty at that hour. 2 a.m. isn't exactly a time when people are out for a casual stroll. I'd been riding for a while, my legs moving rhythmically, tires humming softly against the pavement, the streetlights casting pools of yellow light every few meters. My neighborhood was quiet, almost eerily so, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the slight breeze. At first, everything felt normal. The night was comfortable, the warmth from the day still lingering in the air. But then all of a sudden, it changed. Without any warning, the air around me shifted, and I felt it immediately. It wasn't a subtle chill like when a breeze brushes past you. It was like someone had switched the temperature dial down by 20 degrees in an instant. My skin prickled, goosebumps rising on my arms even though the night was supposed to be warm. My breath came a little faster. It was that sudden coldness that made my brain start flipping through all the useless horror trivia it had stored up over the years. The kind of stuff you read once and never forget, no matter how much you wish you could. One thing popped up loud and clear. A cold spot means something supernatural is nearby. I know supernatural. I don't believe in that stuff either, but in that moment, my mind was racing with all kinds of thoughts. I stopped pedaling for a second, heart hammering, and slowly turned my head to look behind me. There, about 6 or 7 meters back, was a man standing still on the bike path. He wasn't moving. He just stood there, staring at me. I could barely make out his figure in the dim light, but I could see his eyes locked onto me, unblinking. I almost lost control of my bike then. My whole body tensed, a sharp jolt of fear shooting through me. That feeling of being watched suddenly turned into a primal, gut-wrenching panic. I didn't know who the man was or what he wanted, but something about his presence felt deeply wrong. Without thinking twice, I started pedaling as fast as I could, pumping my legs like I was in some kind of race against danger itself. The sound of the tires spinning on asphalt, the rush of air past my face, and the pounding of my heartbeat filled my senses. The man didn't follow. He just stayed there, watching me flee down the path. I didn't stop until I reached my backyard. I slammed on the brakes and threw my bike down on the grass. heart still racing so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. But the uneasy feeling didn't go away. If anything, it grew stronger. Usually, my family hides a spare key in the backyard somewhere. It's one of those just-in-case things for moments exactly like this, when fumbling around for the real key would take too long or be too risky. I reached for the usual spot but froze. There was nothing there. No key. My brother had brought it inside and forgotten to put it back. My stomach dropped. Panic crept in. I rummaged frantically through my bag, hands trembling so badly it was hard to find the real key among all the random junk I carried with me. Every rustle from the bushes, every crack of a twig sent jolts of fear through me. The darkness felt thick, almost suffocating. I was alone, vulnerable, and the sense of being watched was relentless. My fingers finally closed around the cold metal of the key. My hands shook so much that I struggled to fit it into the lock. The lock was stubborn, or maybe it was just my nerves, but after several attempts, I managed to twist it open. I threw the door open and practically dived inside, slamming it shut behind me with a loud bang. I didn't care if the noise woke anyone up. Right now, I just wanted to feel safe. I glanced back through the window at my bike, its little front light still glowing in the darkness. For a moment, I debated whether I should go out and turn it off, but fear held me back. What if that man was still nearby? I wasn't about to risk going back outside for something as trivial as a bike light. I watched as the light blinked once, then turned off by itself. That small, unexplained flicker was enough to set my heart racing again. My breath came fast and shallow, and I felt tears prickling behind my eyes. I forced myself to swallow the lump in my throat and tried to convince myself I was being ridiculous. It was late. I was tired. Maybe my imagination was just running wild. Still shaking, I went upstairs and got into bed. I pulled the covers up to my chin and stared into the darkness. The house was quiet except for the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. I could hear the distant hum of the city, the occasional passing car, but nothing else. I was calming down. Slowly, the panic was fading and being replaced by exhaustion. I told myself I was acting like a child and that nothing was wrong. I was safe inside my house, where no one could get to me. Then suddenly I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming up the stairs. My heart stopped. The steps were soft but unmistakable. They moved closer and closer, echoing faintly in the silent house. I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled the covers over my head, holding my breath, hoping that whoever, or whatever, it was would just go away. The footsteps stopped right outside my bedroom door. Then, after what felt like an eternity, they retreated slowly down the stairs. I didn't move until I heard my phone buzz softly on the nightstand. I reached out with trembling fingers, and when I turned it on, the soft blue light was a comfort. The message was from my brother, asking if I was okay. I texted back with a quick yes, still not feeling brave enough to say more. Eventually, I fell asleep, the covers pulled tight around me like a shield. The next day, the world looked different. The sun was shining, the air warm and familiar again. Nothing was out of place. The shadows were gone, and the fear I'd felt the night before seemed distant, almost like a bad dream. I told myself it must have been my imagination, or maybe my tired mind playing tricks in the dark. But I never forgot how real that fear had felt. The sudden chill, the man watching me on the path, the footsteps on the stairs. Even now, I can't explain what any of it was. Maybe it was just a stranger wandering the neighborhood. Maybe it was my brain mixing up shadows and sounds in the dark. Whatever it was, I haven't had a night like that since. And I don't ever want to again. I was 18 and living out of my car. It was Michigan in winter, cold enough to freeze the breath in your lungs and snow piled thick on the ground. The temperature hovered around 30 degrees, the kind of cold that seeps through every layer of clothes no matter how many you wear. I wasn't exactly proud of it, but I didn't have a choice. School was over for the day, and I was parked near a Chipotle, one of the few places that felt safe enough to sit inside and eat without drawing too much attention. I ate there a lot because their kids' meals were cheap and healthier than most fast food. It was a small comfort in a tough situation. The car was my shelter. It wasn't much, just an old sedan with enough room for me to stretch out, but it kept the worst of the cold at bay. I kept blankets, a few clothes, and a stash of snacks inside. I tried to keep things organized, but after months of living out of that car, It felt like the car itself had absorbed the cold and weariness of my life. The windows fogged up quickly from the cold outside, so I kept a rag handy to wipe them down now and then. It was a small thing, but it made the world outside more bearable. That night, I was sitting in the driver's seat, eating some leftovers from Chipotle, chicken, rice, beans, and a few scoops of salsa. I wasn't really hungry, just trying to keep my energy up. Snow fell steadily, soft flakes drifting past the window. I could see the parking lot's yellow streetlights casting long shadows on the wet asphalt. Cars came and went, but most people were inside where it was warm. I wasn't in any rush. The cold was settling into my bones, but I had blankets and the heater running low. That's when I noticed him. He was a homeless man, walking slowly past my car, shoulders hunched, wrapped in what looked like too few layers of clothes for the weather. He was probably in his 40s, maybe older. His face was lined and tired, eyes shadowed from too many nights spent outside. As he passed by, he looked over at me and then gestured, a slow, hopeful motion toward his stomach. It was clear he was hungry. I hesitated. I knew there were risks in letting a stranger into my space, especially a man I didn't know. I was a woman alone, living out of my car in a cold city, and my gut was telling me to be cautious. But at the same time, I was tired of being alone with just myself. Maybe it was the cold, or the loneliness, or just a moment of kindness that felt overdue, but I gestured back, signaling him to come closer. He approached slowly, his breath steaming in the cold air. I unlocked the car door and motioned for him to get inside. The space was tight, but the heater was still warm enough to keep the biting cold at bay. He settled into the passenger seat, rubbing his hands together, clearly relieved. I handed him my Chipotle bag, watching as he eagerly pulled out a burrito and began to eat. For a while, there was only the sound of chewing and the heater humming. I watched the snow pile up outside, thinking about how strange this was. Two strangers, barely surviving, sharing a moment of warmth and food. But then he spoke. Well, not in words at first, just a request, a gesture toward his pockets. He wanted money. I didn't have any cash on me, just the card in my wallet. I told him that, showing him my empty wallet, hoping he'd understand. He nodded and said there was an ATM right outside. I wasn't sure if I should trust him, but something in his eyes made me want to help, even if it wasn't the smartest choice. I figured, what's the worst that could happen? I could always walk away. So, I pulled my wallet back out, grabbed my card, and told him I'd get some cash for him. We left the car, the cold hitting me immediately as we walked to the nearby ATM. The snow crunched under my boots, and I could see my breath clouding the air in front of me. I tried not to think too much about it, just doing what I thought was right. I withdrew $60, handed the cash to him, and hoped this would be enough. But it wasn't. He asked for more, saying he needed a place to stay, a hotel. My heart sank a little. I didn't know if I should trust him, but I figured this was about survival for both of us. I didn't have much, but I had enough to help him out a bit more. I took out my card again, got another $60, and handed it to him. The money wasn't much to me in the grand scheme of things. 10 years from now, it wouldn't matter. Then came the next request, a ride. He needed a ride to the hotel. I hesitated, but then agreed. I didn't want to be rude or unkind, even if my gut was starting to scream at me. We walked back to my car, the cold pressing in from all sides. I opened the door, let him get in, and climbed in myself. The heater warmed the air quickly, but the tension between us was thicker than the heat. I offered him my sleeping bag, the one I kept in the back seat for nights I couldn't handle the cold alone. When he realized I was homeless too, his eyes widened. "You're too beautiful to be homeless," he said, in a way that made my skin crawl. I didn't know what to say. It was a strange thing to hear from a man who was a stranger, but there was something off about it, like he was trying to charm me or manipulate me. I told him that didn't make sense, trying to keep my voice steady, my guard up. For the next 10 minutes, as I drove him through the city, he kept repeating how beautiful I was. I tried to drown it out, replying with sharp, almost angry comments to keep him off balance. I told him he was older than my dad, that he'd already said that I knew I was beautiful. I wasn't sure if I was trying to intimidate him or just keep myself distracted. We finally arrived at the hotel, or what looked like one. It was more like an apartment building, a brick facade with no signs or lights to indicate it was a hotel. It was on Pennsylvania Avenue, in a part of Lansing that looked sketchy even during the day. Now, with the snow falling and streetlights flickering, it felt even worse. I helped him carry his things inside, his bags, the Chipotle leftovers, and the sleeping bag. We stepped into a dimly lit entrance, the smell of marijuana hitting me right away. The air was heavy and thick, and the lighting was an eerie green. There were stairs going up and down from the small lobby. And then I saw him, a man standing at the top of the stairs, looking down at us. His eyes were cold and calculating. He said something, a low command that didn't sound friendly. My stomach dropped. Everything in me screamed that this was bad. I dropped the homeless man's bags and said I had to go. I didn't look back as I ran through the dark entrance, back to my car. My heart was pounding in my chest, my breath ragged in the cold air. I could still hear the man's voice echoing behind me, but I didn't stop until I was safely back inside the warmth of my car. The heater kicked back on full blast as I locked the doors and sat there, trembling. I knew I had been stupid. I had taken too many risks, trying to help someone who was probably trouble. I had let my guard down when I shouldn't have. But I also knew I had learned something important that night about survival. Not just my own, but how careful you have to be when you're trying to survive in a world that doesn't always want to help you. I never saw that man again, and I never helped a stranger into my car after that. It wasn't just fear. It was a hard lesson about trust and boundaries. Sometimes the cold isn't just outside. It's in the people you meet, in the streets you walk, and in the choices you make when you have nowhere else to go. That night, I realized how thin the line was between kindness and danger. And I promised myself that from then on, I would protect what little I had, my safety, my mind, and my heart, even when the world outside was freezing cold. When I was about 9 or 10 years old, something happened that I still think about all the time, even now. It wasn't a ghost story or something from a movie. It was real, and it scared me in a way that's hard to explain. It happened one afternoon near a skate park close to where I lived, a place I used to go to almost every day after school. The skate park was one of those small community parks, nothing fancy, but it had some ramps and rails and a few benches where people could sit. One of the benches was this long, low thing, the kind you could rest on while putting on skates. And that's exactly where I was sitting that day with my friend. The sun was bright, but starting to dip a little, making long shadows across the cracked pavement. We had just finished skating for a bit, and decided to sit down and catch our breath. My friend and I were talking about nothing much, school stuff, some new cartoons we liked, silly jokes. It was one of those lazy, easy moments when you don't think anything bad will happen. We were comfortable there, in that little bubble of normal, until I noticed something was off. It started when my friend suddenly stopped talking and looked toward the edge of the skate park. I followed his eyes and saw an old man standing near the sidewalk, about 20 or 30 feet away. He was wearing a wrinkled, dark jacket and a hat that covered most of his face, but what stood out was the way he was looking at me. Not just glancing or watching casually, but really staring, like he was trying to memorize every detail of my face. I felt a chill go down my back. I looked away, pretending not to notice, but my friend kept nudging me, saying that the man hadn't moved his eyes from me. At first, I thought maybe he was just someone who liked to stare. Weird but harmless, right? But then the feeling in my stomach twisted into something heavier, a kind of warning that something wasn't right. While we sat there, the old man didn't do anything else. He just stood there, eyes fixed on me, not blinking much. My friend's face grew serious, and he whispered that we should probably not stay there too long. I nodded but felt frozen in place. That's when the neighbor from across the street showed up. She was walking with her young son, pushing a small stroller that was empty, just her son walking beside her, holding her hand. They usually came by the skate park every day around that time, and she knew us well enough to stop and say hello. When she saw the expression on my friend's and my face, she asked if we were okay. I couldn't say much, just shook my head. That's when she noticed the old man. Her eyes narrowed as she followed our gaze, and without a word, she walked over toward him. We stayed quiet, watching from a distance as she talked to the old man. I could tell she was suspicious, or maybe even a little angry. After a few minutes, she came back to us, her face tight and worried. She told us what the man had said, that he was staring at me because I looked like his granddaughter, who had gone missing 2 days before. The words hit me like a cold splash of water. I looked at my friend, who looked just as shocked. The neighbor said she didn't believe the man at first and asked him for proof, something to show that his granddaughter really had disappeared. She asked to see a picture, something real to back up what he was saying. The man couldn't provide much, just a few vague details, but no photo. The neighbor told us the girl had brown hair, completely different from my blonde hair. She also mentioned how, if a child had gone missing that close to our neighborhood, everyone would be talking about it. Neighbors, the police, the news. It didn't make sense that no one else seemed to know anything. Despite her doubts, the neighbor didn't just leave it there. She walked back to the old man and spoke to him again, but he didn't have much to add. Eventually, she left him alone and came back to us, telling us to head back home right away. She said she'd walk with us, with her son, to make sure we got home safely. We didn't argue. I didn't want to be anywhere near that skate park anymore. The whole time we walked back, the old man's eyes burned in my memory, the way he seemed to search for something only I had. The neighbor talked quietly with my mom later, and after that, I was told to stay home for a while. No more skate park visits, at least for the time being. That day didn't feel right, and it never really did afterward. My mom tried to find out if any girl had really gone missing in our area, but there was nothing. No news reports, no police alerts, nothing at all. The old man disappeared after that. No one ever saw him again near our neighborhood or the skate park. I've thought about him countless times since then. Who is he really? Was his granddaughter real, or was it just a story he made up? Why did he stare at me so intently? I'll never know. But I do know that something about him, that day, was wrong. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters. It was about a strange man fixated on me, and the feeling that maybe something dangerous was lurking just beneath the surface of that quiet skate park. I don't go back there, not even to watch others skate or pass by. The place lost its feeling of safety after that day. Sometimes, when I'm alone and think about it, I still get that same cold feeling in my chest, like I'm being watched again. It's not something you can explain with simple words, but it's there, and it never really leaves. I lived in a 2-story house for the first 14 years of my life. It was an old house, built around 1800, and it had a lot of history attached to it, though at the time I barely understood it. What I did know was that it once belonged to a Baptist pastor connected to the church next door. The church itself burned down not long after the turn of the 19th century, so that part of the property had been gone for over 100 years by the time I was born. The house stood quietly on a plot of land divided by a 2-car-wide driveway. On one side of the driveway was the house itself with the backyard behind it. On the other side was the garage, and then beyond that, the rest of the yard stretched forward toward the road. Near the road, just on the edge of the yard, was the pastor's resting place. It was a small, neat grave site with simple markers, one of which was for the pastor himself. Beyond the yard and resting place was an old graveyard. It was well known in the area and linked to local history. The graves dated back to the late 1700s, and many of the people buried there were soldiers from the American Revolutionary War. The markers were worn with age, some almost unreadable, but the names and dates told stories of a different time, a time long before my own. The house had a typical layout. The bedrooms were on the second floor. When I was very young, my bedroom faced the driveway, the front yard, and beyond that, the graveyard. My mom and one of my sisters had rooms that looked out over the road, while my other sister's room faced the backyard. Later, when she went away to college, her room was mostly empty, just storage for us. Growing up, the graveyard never bothered me. It wasn't something I thought about much. It was just there, quiet and still. That all changed suddenly one day when I was about 9 or 10 years old, in the mid-1990s. It was an ordinary day, just like any other. I walked up the stairs and opened the door to my room like I had done countless times before. But the moment I stepped inside, something hit me, something I couldn't explain. It was an overwhelming wave of panic and fear that came crashing down on me. It wasn't just a normal scare. It felt like my whole body was caught in an invisible trap. My chest tightened, my heart raced uncontrollably, and a cold sweat broke out even though I felt burning heat inside. It was like my body didn't know what to do, frozen but also trembling all at once. I couldn't move for a moment, just standing there, staring at the walls, the window, the door, the graveyard beyond it all. The feeling pressed in so hard it was like the air itself weighed down on me. I don't remember seeing anything unusual. No shadows, no shapes. The room was exactly as it always was, the same faded wallpaper, the old wooden floor creaking softly, my small bed with its faded blue blanket pushed up against the wall. the window overlooking the front yard and the distant gravestones. But I knew something was wrong. Whatever it was, I felt it deep inside me. I bolted down the stairs as fast as I could, nearly tripping over the last few steps. I didn't say much, just muttered over and over, "I can't sleep in that room anymore. This can't be my bedroom." My voice was shaky, barely above a whisper, but the panic in it was clear. My parents saw it immediately and didn't question me. They didn't ask what was wrong or try to make me toughen up. They simply told me I wouldn't have to stay there. They spent the next day moving my things out of that room and into my sister's spare room. After that, I never went back into that bedroom. I stayed out of it for the next 4 years until we moved away. I couldn't explain the feeling. I still can't. There's no story I can tell about what I saw or heard that day. It wasn't a dream or a trick of the light. It was something real, something I sensed in that space. It wasn't angry or violent, but it filled me with a deep, unsettling fear that I couldn't shake. I've thought about that day a lot since then. I've tried to find reasons to explain it. Maybe the house was just old, the air stale, the history weighing on the walls. Maybe the stories about the battlefield nearby and the graveyard sparked something in my imagination. Maybe it was just a panic attack triggered by stress or fear I didn't understand. But none of those explanations feel complete. None of them capture the full weight of the feeling I had in that room. The graveyard itself was quiet, and still every time I looked out the window. There was no movement beyond the trees, no sounds except the occasional wind rustling dry leaves. I never saw anyone there, no visitors, no strange figures. Just gravestones worn smooth by time, standing like silent witnesses to a past long gone. Yet somehow, when I stood in that room, looking out at those stones, it felt like something was watching me back. I tried to describe the feeling to people later, but it didn't make sense to most. They told me it was just a childhood fear, that I should have been braver, that old houses and graveyards sometimes give people the creeps. Maybe they were right. Maybe it was nothing more than that. But that day, for that moment, I knew something was there. Not a ghost, not a monster, just something old and heavy and real. Something that left its mark on me in a way I still feel, even decades later. Even now, thinking about that room, the driveway, the yard, and the graveyard beyond, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. It's like the house, the land, and the history all hold a weight that can press down on you without warning. It's not about spirits or hauntings. It's something deeper, something you can't see or touch, but it's there all the same. And some things I've learned are better left alone. I've lived in many houses since then, and none of them have ever felt like that. None of them held that weight. It's strange, really, how a place can be just a house one day, and something else entirely the next. That room, that day, changed how I see things. Not because of what I saw, but because of what I felt. The feeling lingers like a shadow on the edge of my memory, a reminder that some places carry their history with them, not in stories or warnings, but in the air itself. So when I look back on those years in that old house, it's not the quiet nights or the peaceful mornings I remember most. It's that day when I stepped into my room and felt that powerful wave of fear, like the house was trying to tell me something I wasn't ready to hear. And maybe I never will be. That last summer I spent on vacation with my grandparents still haunts me when I think about it, even now. We were in my favorite place in Greece, a small, cold town called Methoni. It's quiet, peaceful, almost like time slows down there. The kind of place where you expect nothing bad to happen. We stayed at my grandma's house, a little old stone building that had been in the family for generations. It was cozy, but had this heavy feeling sometimes, like the walls were holding on to secrets. I never thought much about it until that summer. It's strange how normal places can suddenly feel different, almost wrong. The first night I'll never forget started just like any other. I was lying in my bed, my phone in hand, chatting with my girlfriend on Snapchat. It was late, maybe around 3 in the morning. The whole house was silent except for the soft tapping of my fingers on the screen. I was half asleep, relaxed, feeling safe in my little room, which was only about 2 meters away from the kitchen. The house was dark except for the faint light coming through the window blinds. Suddenly, I heard my grandma's voice. She was calling my name, loud, clear, and sharp. "Jimmy." My heart jumped. It sounded urgent. But I knew something was wrong because I could hear my grandma's voice coming from the kitchen. The problem was, I knew she was supposed to be asleep. The way the house was set up, if she had gotten out of her room, I would have heard her footsteps or the creak of the floorboards. But there was nothing except her voice echoing from the kitchen. I stayed frozen for a few seconds, unsure if I should get up. My mind was racing. Maybe someone else was playing a trick. Maybe I was hearing things wrong. But no, it was definitely her voice. The way she called my name wasn't like her usual gentle tone. It was sharp, almost desperate. Then, after about 5 minutes, I heard my grandpa's voice too. It was quieter, but definitely him calling out to her. At this point, the pit in my stomach grew bigger. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to see what was going on. The air felt thick, cold, and heavy around me like I was trapped in a nightmare. I stared at my phone, still holding it, wishing I could text someone, tell them what was happening, but I was alone in that quiet house. I couldn't explain what I was hearing. It wasn't just the voices. The whole atmosphere changed. The silence became oppressive. I kept telling myself it was just some kind of weird sound, maybe someone outside or some old house noises playing tricks on me, but my gut told me otherwise. It felt like something unnatural was happening, like someone or something was imitating my grandparents, calling out their names and their voices. And that thought made me shiver uncontrollably. The next night was even worse. I was already nervous from the night before. I kept hearing things. Every little noise felt like it was amplified in the silence. I was trying to distract myself with my phone again, but that wasn't working. Around the same time, maybe a little later this time, I heard a sound from the back of the house, like someone was trying to open the door or a window. It wasn't loud, but clear enough to make my heart skip. My room was right next to the back door, and the sound was faint but definitely real. I held my breath and waited. Then, I heard my little cousin, who was only 4 years old, running out from the room right outside my door. His little footsteps were quick and light, almost like he was scared or excited. Then, just seconds after, I heard my grandma's voice calling him back to sleep. It was calm and soft, but firm. The way she said it was comforting, like everything was fine. But the fact that my cousin was out of his room and my grandma had to call him back made me uneasy. The next morning, I asked my grandma if anyone had gotten out of their rooms during the night. She looked at me, confused, and said no. No one had gotten up at all. She asked why I was asking. I just said, nothing, just asking. But the unease didn't leave me. How could my cousin have run out of his room if no one else got up? I knew my grandma wasn't lying. She was a good woman who never missed a beat. That's what made it so terrifying. Those 2 nights stayed with me like a shadow that wouldn't go away. Even now, when I think back, the feeling of being watched, of hearing those voices, and of knowing something was off, it chills me to my core. I don't know what it was. Some kind of trick, some kind of dangerous person, or something worse. I read about skinwalkers once, creatures from American Indian legends who can imitate people perfectly. They say it's a curse, and the scariest part is they can sound exactly like anyone. I don't believe in legends or ghosts, but what happened in that house felt like something out of those stories. I stayed extra alert for the rest of the trip. I didn't sleep well, always keeping one ear open for strange noises. I avoided going to the kitchen late at night. My grandparents never mentioned the voices or the noises, like they didn't hear anything, but I knew something was wrong. The house felt different, less like home and more like a trap. I couldn't wait to leave. When we finally packed up and left Methoni, I felt like a weight lifted off my chest. I haven't been back since. Even now, I can't explain what happened those nights, but I hope I never have to experience anything like that again. Sometimes I wonder if it was just my imagination, but deep down, I know it wasn't. That summer taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the moments when everything feels wrong, and you realize the people you trust might not be who you think they are. Or worse, that something is pretending to be them, and there's no one to save you. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, I lived in a neighborhood that looked like it should have been a nice place to grow up, but it wasn't. The houses had yards and trees, the kind that made you think of a quiet street where kids might play outside. But it wasn't quiet, not really. The streets were lined with big old trees that cast long shadows in the evenings, and those shadows sometimes felt heavier than they should. The houses were old and run down. Paint chipped off the sides. Windows sometimes had cracked glass or just cardboard in the panes, and the grass in the yards was patchy, sometimes overgrown and tangled with weeds. It wasn't a poor neighborhood exactly, but it was full of places that had been forgotten or left behind. The kind of place where the houses looked like they had stories you didn't want to know. Most nights, you could hear the sound of police cars speeding down the street, their sirens wailing and flashing blue and red lights bouncing off the cracked pavement. They didn't stop very often, at least not where I lived, but you could hear them racing past, like trouble was always close by, even if you couldn't see it. Sometimes I'd watch from the window as they passed, their headlights cutting through the dark, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity, though I didn't fully understand why then. I was just a little kid, with a small backyard and a few neighbors nearby. There were 3 yards close enough that I could run back and forth between them easily. My own yard, the neighbor next to me, and the neighbor after that. On warm days, when the sun was just right and the air smelled like summer dust and cut grass, I would run between these yards. I didn't have a specific game or plan, I just ran. Sometimes I imagined I was a superhero, sometimes an explorer, and other times just a kid burning off energy. The houses weren't close together like in some places. There was space between them, enough for small patches of grass and trees, enough for a little world of my own to run through. One afternoon, I was out running that familiar route again. It was a slow kind of game, but I liked it. I ran from my yard through the neighbors, then the next neighbor's yard. I didn't really know why I was doing it, just that it felt good to run and hear my feet hit the dirt and grass. After a few laps, maybe the second or third time crossing those yards, something caught my attention. The neighbor 2 houses down, the one past the one right next to me, had just opened his front door. Not the screen door, just the wooden door that led outside. It opened slowly, and an old man appeared. He wasn't someone I had talked to before, but I remember seeing him around sometimes. He was quiet, kept to himself, and his house looked even more run down than the others. The screen door was still closed behind him, blocking the small porch like a barrier. Before I could do anything, I heard a sharp, yappy bark coming from inside his house. It was high-pitched and a little annoying, but it made me stop running. I looked up to see him holding something, small and wiggling. It was a puppy. The old man smiled at me, calling out in a soft, shaky voice. He asked me what I was doing, and though I couldn't remember what story I was pretending to be a part of that day, I told him anyway. He asked more questions, and I answered, feeling the excitement of being talked to by someone, even if it was just a stranger. Then, I noticed the puppy. It tried to peek over his arm, looking at me with those tiny eyes that only puppies have. I'd always wanted a dog, but my parents never let me have one. I remember feeling a little burst of hope at the idea of maybe petting this puppy. The old man must have seen it in my face because he smiled wider and said he had a few puppies inside. He asked me if I wanted to come in to pet one. That's when I felt a strange feeling inside me, a mix of nervousness and something I couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was the way he held the puppy, or how his eyes didn't quite look like they belonged to someone who should be holding puppies. But for a moment, I hesitated. He tried to convince me, said maybe I could take one home, that he'd give me the puppy for free. I remember feeling that tug between wanting the dog so badly and that little voice inside that told me to be careful. I started to walk toward the door. My feet moved before my brain caught up. I climbed the small step leading to the porch, ready to go inside, when suddenly my mom came sprinting across the yard. She was yelling my name, her voice loud and panicked. She grabbed me tightly, pulling me away from the door like I was in danger. I didn't understand why she was so upset, why she was running and yelling, but I didn't resist. I was confused and a little angry because I wanted to see the puppy. She ran with me back to our yard, holding me like she was protecting me from something I couldn't see. I remember feeling upset, like I was being punished for wanting a dog. Later, she went over to that old man's house and shouted at him. I think she called the police too, but I didn't see what happened. I was sent to my room after that, and I spent the rest of the day there, feeling miserable. I was too young to understand what was really wrong, but my mom came in later and told me something important. She said I should never talk to strangers, even if they offer you things you want. She said some people aren't safe, and it's better to be careful. I didn't fully understand, but I nodded. Years later, when I was older, I asked my mom about that old man. I wanted to understand why she had been so scared. She told me quietly that he was a convicted sex offender. I didn't ask more, and she didn't say much else. But just knowing that changed everything about that day. The old man, who had seemed like just a lonely neighbor holding puppies, was someone dangerous. I didn't know what he had planned for me. I never will. but I knew it wouldn't have been good. I was lucky my mom was there, running across the yard just in time to pull me away from him. Looking back now, I realize how close I came to something terrible. That old man's house, the rundown yards, the barking puppy, all of it was part of a moment that could have changed my life in ways I still can't fully understand. I learned then how important it is to listen to those warnings, even when they don't make sense at first. I learned to trust my parents and be careful, even when I didn't want to be. And though it's a memory I don't think about often, it stays with me, a reminder of how close danger can be, even when it looks like something small and harmless, like a puppy behind a screen door. It was a cold night in the early 1970s. The house was quiet except for the occasional creak of the old floorboards settling and the soft wind brushing against the trees outside. My great-uncle was asleep on the couch in the living room. The clock barely passed 2 in the morning. The darkness wrapped the house like a heavy blanket, and the only light came from the street lamp outside, casting a faint glow through the curtains. It was the kind of night that felt still but not peaceful. The kind where something unspoken seemed to linger just beneath the surface. The dog, an old German shepherd, lay near the front window, a place he often kept watch. That night, he wasn't calm. He growled low and deep, a sound that didn't belong to a dog at rest. His hackles rose, and he pressed his body close to the window, his eyes fixed on something outside. The sound pulled my great-uncle awake. The couch creaked under his shifting weight as he sat up slowly, rubbing his eyes, and tried to shake off the grogginess. The growling didn't stop. It grew louder, sharper, more urgent. My great-uncle stood and moved carefully to the window, the floor cold beneath his bare feet. The dog stayed tense, his gaze locked on something just beyond the glass. My great-uncle's breath fogged up the window as he leaned closer, eyes straining in the dim light. At the edge of the porch, outside the house, sat a man. Not a shadow, not a trick of light, but a man, sitting perfectly still, staring in through the window. His eyes caught the street lamp's faint glow. His face was hard to make out clearly, but the intensity of his stare was unmistakable. He seemed to watch not just the dog or my great-uncle, but the house itself, as if he were waiting, studying, planning. My great-uncle froze for a moment, unsure of what to do next. The dog's growling was relentless, echoing in the stillness of the night. The man said nothing. He moved not a muscle. Then, after a long minute that felt like forever, the man got up and slipped away quietly into the darkness, disappearing down the street without a sound. The next morning, my great-uncle told my grandma about the man. His voice was calm, but his eyes held a shadow of the fear he'd felt the night before. It was a small town back then, but everyone knew about the dangers lurking nearby. There had been talk of a murderer in the area, a man who targeted women, especially married women, and no one felt completely safe. That same day, while my grandma was home alone, a man came to the door asking for a carpenter. The timing felt wrong. My grandpa's car was parked out front, packed with tools he used for his work. The man's eyes didn't match the polite smile he wore. Something about him set my grandma on edge. The feeling settled deep in her gut, a warning she couldn't ignore. She called the police, or maybe they arrived unexpectedly after someone tipped them off. I'm not sure of the exact details, but the officers came and told her to be ready if the man ever returned. They said to rip open the curtains and call them immediately. It was the only way to keep herself safe, to not hide in silence, but to show that she was watching, that she wouldn't be an easy target. Days passed, but the fear didn't fade. My grandma lived with that tension, waiting and watching. My great-uncle came home one evening and wanted to tell her something, but she stopped him, too afraid to hear more. The fear had built a wall between them, a shared silence filled with unspoken dread. One night, she couldn't take it anymore. She pulled back the curtains, opening the windows of her home to the world outside. The moment the curtains moved, the police were there. My grandma told them what she saw, and they acted quickly. It turned out the man had been stalking the neighborhood, watching the houses, waiting for the right moment. He was arrested, but not before years of terror had passed, and many women had suffered. Years later, my grandma saw his face in the news. The man had been caught for multiple murders, mostly of married women like her. The recognition was immediate, the relief mixed with horror. She knew then, beyond any doubt, that the man watching her window all those years ago had been the same man who had brought fear and pain to so many lives. The story didn't end with violence or tragedy in her case, but it left a mark on the family. A reminder that evil can hide in plain sight, waiting for a moment to strike. The courage to act, to not ignore the warning signs, saved her life. And though the memories stayed with her, she passed down the story to warn others, to make sure no one else would live in that silent fear. When I was in middle school, my friends and I had this tradition during the summer. Whenever the weather was nice and the nights were warm, we'd get together and go ding-dong ditching around the neighborhood. It was something we did all summer long, almost every week if not more. The thrill of running away before anyone could catch us was addictive. We were 5 of us, me and 4 friends, and it felt like our own little crew. Nobody else knew about it, or at least that's what we thought. We'd start around dusk, when the sun was just setting, the sky a soft orange fading into purple, the air still warm, but cooling just enough to make running around bearable. The neighborhood streets would be quiet, most people inside, maybe watching TV or eating dinner. We'd move in pairs or groups, watching for cars, listening for footsteps, hearts pounding whenever a doorbell was pressed. We always called it our missions, and every time someone got caught, it was a loss, but it rarely happened. That summer, there was this one night that stuck with me. The kind of night you remember because it was just a little too real, a little too close to something dangerous. We were out doing what we always did, sneaking through yards, ringing doorbells, and sprinting away laughing and breathless. But that night, there was another group of kids out too, maybe a year or 2 older than us. We saw them at a distance, running around and giggling in their own way. I think we all felt the same mix of excitement and competition. It was weird and a little unnerving to know someone else was out there doing the same thing, but we didn't say anything to each other. We just kept to our group. We always had this rule. Whenever a car came by, we'd scatter, sprinting for cover like it was the police coming to catch us. We took it seriously, treating every car like an emergency. The adrenaline rush was part of the fun. We'd dive behind bushes, jump fences, or hide behind trees, holding our breath and trying to stay quiet. Some nights, it felt like we were real criminals on the run. This night, we were walking down a familiar street. It was a quiet residential road with old houses on both sides, the sidewalks cracked and uneven in places, and lawns that looked like they hadn't been watered in days. A few porch lights flickered, and the air smelled like freshly cut grass mixed with the faint scent of barbecue smoke drifting from someone's backyard. The street had a stop sign at the corner, where we paused for a second to look around before moving on. Out of nowhere, a car came zooming down the road, fast and loud. It startled us so much we froze for just a moment before bolting for the nearest cover. Our hearts jumped into our throats, our breaths shallow and quick as we scrambled over a few yards of grass and bushes. The car pulled up right next to the stop sign, the headlights bright and glaring. I looked directly at it, trying to catch a glimpse of the driver. The driver's side door opened, and a light from inside the car flipped on, casting an eerie glow. I could see a woman sitting in the passenger seat, calm but saying something like "babe, no stop" in a low voice. Then, the door on the driver's side opened and out stepped this man. A huge guy, muscular and broad-shouldered, the kind of man who looked like he could tear you apart with one hand. I remember thinking he looked like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, only meaner. Even though I was only 13 and a little overweight at the time, I was terrified. My legs shook, and my heart pounded so hard it was like it was trying to break free from my chest. The man started yelling at us. I don't remember his exact words, but the message was clear. If he caught us, he was going to break our necks. That threat sent a wave of adrenaline rushing through me, a kind of fear I hadn't felt before. It was serious, not just a scare, but a real threat from a real person. We started sprinting as fast as we could, darting through a random backyard, the grass wet with dew and the smell of dirt and leaves thick in the air. I could hear the man behind us, his heavy footsteps pounding on the pavement, closer and closer. My friends were hopping a chain-link fence at the end of the yard, but I noticed one of them struggling. His shirt caught on the fence, slowing him down. Panic flooded me. I couldn't stop. The man was gaining on us. I looked to my right and spotted a wooden fence with one plank missing. Without hesitation, I sprinted toward the gap and forced myself through it, ripping the loose plank off in the process. My heart was still pounding, every muscle screaming as I pushed myself away from the danger. The man never caught me, and eventually, I found my friends a little further down the street, safe but shaken. One of them had a huge tear in his shirt from getting stuck on the fence. After that night, we decided to stop ding-dong ditching for a few weeks. The fear was too real, the threat too close. It wasn't just a game anymore. That night marked the end of our carefree summer mischief. We all felt it. Something changed in us. The thrill of the chase was replaced by a cold, sharp edge of fear. The memory of that huge man, the way he looked, and the things he said haunted us quietly in the background of our days. Even years later, whenever I think about that summer, I remember that night with a clarity that surprises me. The way the street looked, the smell of the grass, the sound of the man's footsteps behind us, it's all still there, locked inside my mind. I learned something important that night about how fun can quickly turn into danger, about the fine line between a game and something much more serious. That summer, our innocent mischief almost ended badly, and it left a mark on all of us. From then on, I knew some risks weren't worth taking, and that sometimes running away wasn't just a game, it was about surviving. In 2014, when I was about 5 years old, something happened that I still remember clearly, even though it was so long ago and I was just a little kid. It was a normal morning, just like any other day, and my brother, my 2 sisters, and I were all home alone. Our parents had gone to work early in the morning, like they always did, and they would come back in the afternoon. We knew the routine. We weren't supposed to answer the door for anyone, especially strangers, because our parents told us it wasn't safe. We had been told over and over again to never open the door or talk to anyone we didn't know. That morning, the sun was shining through the windows in the living room where we all sat together. We were watching cartoons on the TV, laughing quietly at the silly shows. I was curled up on the couch next to my little sister, while my older sister and brother were sitting on the floor nearby, playing with some toys. The house was quiet except for the voices on the TV and the occasional creak of the old wooden floor. It felt safe. It felt like home. Then suddenly the doorbell rang. It was a sharp sound that made me jump. None of us moved. We all looked at each other, and my older sister shook her head slowly, reminding us not to get up. We knew better. The rule was clear: don't answer the door if you don't know who it is. So we stayed put, pretending we didn't hear it. Maybe whoever it was would go away. But they didn't. The doorbell rang again, then again, and again. It kept ringing and ringing, and this time it didn't stop. The ringing was loud and urgent, like the person outside was in a hurry or angry. The sound echoed through the house and made my heart start to beat faster. I could see my siblings' faces growing pale. My brother's hands clenched tightly around a small toy, and my older sister stood up slowly, trying to look brave, but I could tell she was scared too. After the doorbell had rung many times, I heard something new. The doorknob started to twist. Someone was trying to open the door. The metal knob turned again and again, rattling the door as if the person outside was trying to get in. I didn't know what to do. My legs felt frozen, but my stomach twisted into knots. I looked at my brother and sisters, their eyes wide with fear. We all decided to go upstairs. We hurried quietly to my oldest sister's bedroom, trying not to make any noise. The hallway felt long and dark, even though it was morning. The walls looked strange and shadowy, and every little creak made me jump. Once we were in her room, my sister closed the door and locked it, even though I wasn't sure if the lock was strong enough to keep anyone out. She picked up the home phone from the desk. We didn't have cell phones back then, so the house phone was our only way to call someone. My sister dialed my dad's number. I held my breath while the phone rang. It felt like forever. Then finally he answered. She whispered to him about the man outside, and he told us he was coming home soon. That was supposed to make me feel better, but it didn't. I was still scared. I kept thinking about the man outside, what he wanted, and if he would break in. Then, for some reason, I decided I wanted to see where he was. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea, but I quietly left the room. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure everyone upstairs could hear it. I tiptoed down the stairs, trying not to make any noise. The house felt different now, like a place I didn't know anymore. The TV was still on in the living room, but I didn't want to watch it. I just wanted to find the man and see what he was doing. I went down to the basement door, which had a glass window that looked out to the backyard. I pressed my face against the cold glass and looked outside. There he was, a tall man, maybe 6 feet, standing right at the basement door, twisting the doorknob again like before. He looked around nervously, like he was trying to find a way inside. His face was dark and hard to see clearly, but I could tell he was focused on getting in. I felt frozen, like I couldn't breathe or move. My chest felt tight. Suddenly I ran. I didn't stop or look back. I ran up the stairs, through the living room, and into my sister's bedroom as fast as I could. I was shaking and out of breath when I told her what I saw. She held me close for a moment, whispering that Dad was coming soon, and that we would be okay. But I wasn't so sure. We stayed in that room together for what felt like hours, though it was probably only a few minutes. The doorbell had stopped ringing, but I could still hear footsteps outside. Then, through the window, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The man was walking away from the house, and he wasn't alone. He had my brother's bike with him. I couldn't understand why he would take the bike, but it made me feel even more scared. The man disappeared down the street, and the bike clattered behind him. When my dad finally arrived, the house felt quiet again. We told him everything. I still didn't understand why we didn't call the police, why we just waited for Dad. Maybe we were too scared or didn't know what else to do. I don't remember anyone talking much after that, just making sure the doors were locked and that we were all together. That day changed how I felt about being home alone. Even now, I remember the fear I felt, the way the house seemed so big and empty, and how small and scared I was. The man never came back, and the bike was found later by the neighbors, abandoned in a nearby field. My parents told us to be careful, and they never left us alone for that long again. It wasn't a story with monsters or ghosts. It was just real life. And sometimes, real life can be scarier than anything you imagine. I live in a very quiet neighborhood. Too quiet, really. It's one of those new developments they build way out on the edge of town, where empty land is cheap and the roads haven't caught up yet. The place is tucked behind a long stretch of highway, and once you turn off, the road snakes through a thin patch of woods before opening into a few rows of low-rise apartment buildings and freshly poured driveways. There are no bus stops out here. No sidewalks connecting us to the rest of town. If you don't drive or get dropped off, you're basically cut off. The whole place is new enough that GPS still sometimes gets confused. I live on the ground floor of one of those apartment buildings. It's a one-bedroom place, nothing fancy, but it's mine. My bedroom window faces the back of the building, toward the parking lot and a line of small pine trees they probably planted just to make it feel less barren. There's not much traffic back there. The lights are dim. People mostly keep to themselves. This happened at around 4:30 in the morning. I remember the time exactly because when I finally got myself together enough to check the clock on my phone, it was 4:31. I had fallen asleep with the TV on, which I don't normally do, but I'd been exhausted. There was some documentary playing, the kind with soft narration and slow music, and I guess it knocked me out before I could hit the off button. Because of that, my room wasn't completely dark. The TV screen gave off a dim, flickering glow, the kind that barely lights anything up, but is just enough to keep the dark from feeling total. I was lying on my side, facing the window. I don't have curtains, just those white vinyl shutters that open and close with a little twist rod. I usually keep them tilted slightly open, just enough to let in the first bits of daylight in the morning. There's usually nothing to see but the edge of the parking lot and the pine trees, maybe the rear of someone's car if they parked close. That night, or I guess that morning, I woke up to a sound. It was soft at first, like a light tapping. Not enough to fully wake me, but enough that my brain started drifting out of sleep. I laid there for a second, trying to place the sound. It wasn't my TV. It wasn't my phone. It wasn't rain either. It was dry outside. The tapping came again, clearer now. It was definitely a knocking sound. Not loud, not fast, but steady. It sounded like it was coming from the window. My heart started picking up, and I remember trying to tell myself it was probably nothing. Maybe the building was settling, maybe it was an animal, maybe some stupid branch had gotten loose in the wind and was brushing the glass. That's what I told myself, but my body already knew better. I didn't move right away. I just laid there, eyes half open, staring at the direction of the window through the slats of the blinds. And then I saw him. There was a face, right there, inches from the glass. My body froze. I could see the shape of the head, the curve of a hood, and the glare of my TV screen reflected faintly on the glass behind him. He was wearing a gray hoodie, the kind with the strings dangling in front. He was also wearing black gloves. That detail stood out. I don't know why it chilled me more than the rest, but it did. The gloves made it real, made it deliberate. He wasn't just some drunk guy who wandered over. He came prepared. He was leaning in, face angled slightly down. I was probably trying to look through the gaps in my blinds. I could see his head slowly shift like he was scanning side to side, trying to get a look inside. His posture was relaxed, like he wasn't in a hurry. I was frozen. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I don't even think I swallowed. I just laid there, watching him through the narrow slats, hoping he couldn't see me, hoping he would just give up. But then he moved. He reached forward with both hands and grabbed the window frame. My windows slid horizontally, and he tugged hard. I could hear the faint clunk of the lock stopping him. He did it again. Not super aggressive, just enough to check if it would budge. Then again, a little faster. I think he realized almost immediately that it was locked. The way he moved after that, quick, no hesitation. It felt like he had done this before. Like he had a routine. He let go, stepped back, and then he was gone. Just like that. He didn't run. He didn't linger. He didn't try to break the glass. He didn't make a sound. He just vanished into the darkness beyond the parking lot. I laid there, heart pounding so hard I thought it might knock itself out of my chest. I didn't move. I couldn't. Every inch of my body was frozen, like my limbs didn't belong to me anymore. I stayed like that for at least 10 minutes, maybe longer, just staring at the window, waiting to see if he came back. Eventually, I reached for my phone. My hands were shaking so bad I nearly dropped it. I didn't even think of calling 911. I wasn't thinking clearly. I just called the non-emergency number for the police, the one I had saved from when I moved in, just in case. It rang twice, then a calm voice answered. I don't remember exactly what I said, just that there was someone at my window. He tried to open it. He's gone now. The dispatcher stayed calm, asked a few questions, and said someone would be by soon. After I hung up, I sat in the corner of my bed with my back against the wall. I didn't want to be near the window. I didn't want to turn off the TV either. That soft glow felt like a shield. I kept glancing toward the blinds, straining my ears to listen for footsteps, branches snapping, a car door, anything. But there was nothing. I woke my mom a little later. She lives nearby, and I knew she'd be pissed if I didn't tell her. She came over, probably doing 90 on the highway the whole way. I felt better once she was there, but I still couldn't stop checking the window. The cops showed up about 25 minutes after I called. 2 officers. They walked around the back of the building with flashlights, looked for footprints or signs of forced entry. They asked if I saw his face. I told them no, not clearly. Just the hoodie and gloves. They asked if anything like this had ever happened before. I told them no. They didn't say much after that. Just took down some notes and told me to keep the blinds shut and maybe consider a curtain or a camera. They were professional, but I could tell this wasn't going to lead to anything. After they left, the sun started to come up. I still hadn't gone back to sleep. My mom made coffee, and we sat in the living room while she kept looking out the window like she expected him to come back. I couldn't stop replaying it in my head. The way he stood there, the way he checked the lock, the gloves. I kept wondering, why me? Why that window? Did he choose my apartment at random? Had he been watching before? Did he think no one was home? Or did he see the TV glow and assume someone had fallen asleep? I thought about what might have happened if I hadn't locked that window. If I had left it open a crack to let in the night air, like I sometimes do. If I had drawn the blinds all the way open instead of leaving them tilted. If I had gotten up to use the bathroom at that exact moment and walked right into his view. I installed a security camera that same week. Just a small one, facing the window from inside. I bought thick curtains and keep them drawn shut at night. I check every lock before bed twice. I even moved my bed slightly, so I don't face the window anymore when I sleep. The police never followed up. I never heard anything more. No reports of break-ins in my complex. Nothing on the local news. It was like it never happened. But I know it did. Sometimes I wonder if he's come back. Maybe walked past my window again just to check. Maybe stood across the lot behind one of the pine trees, watching. Maybe he tried another unit. Maybe he got in somewhere else. Most nights, I sleep okay now. But every once in a while, I wake up around 4:30, heart already racing before I even open my eyes. And I can't help but stare at the gap between the blinds, just for a moment, just to be sure. And when I do, I always think about those black gloves. how quiet he was, how close, and how lucky I was that night. I didn't know how it came to this. I remember the moment before everything went wrong, the tension in the air thicker than anything I'd ever felt. I was standing at the bottom of the stairs, trying to catch my breath after a long day, the faint smell of sweat and stale beer lingering in the air. My father was angry, always angry, but that night, something inside him snapped beyond anything I had seen before. It started with a shove, hard and sudden, pushing me back a step. I tried to steady myself, but then his hand caught me again, and he pushed harder. I stumbled, feeling the cold wooden floor under my feet slip away. The stairs loomed above me like a trap, and before I could react, I was falling, tumbling down, the world spinning faster than my body. Each step hit me like a hammer, my back slamming into the edge of each stair, the sharp wooden corners digging into my skin. Pain exploded across my body, sharp and dull all at once. I couldn't tell where one injury ended and another began. My lungs screamed inside my chest, sharp stabbing pains like shards of glass twisting with every breath. I tried to catch myself, to grab onto something, but there was nothing. My hands scraped against the rough banister, splinters biting into my skin, and then I was at the bottom. The world stopped spinning for a brief moment. I lay there, broken and gasping, my chest heaving with desperate breaths that only seemed to make the pain worse. Blood filled my mouth, thick and warm, flooding over my tongue and dripping down my chin. I choked on it, the metallic taste filling my senses. I could feel it pooling beneath me, wetting the floor, soaking my clothes. It was then I realized I wasn't breathing normally anymore. Each breath was a battle, sharp pains stabbing deeper, and my chest felt like it was being crushed. The air became heavy, and my vision blurred at the edges. I could hear nothing except the pounding of my own heartbeat, and the gurgling sound deep in my throat, the sick, wet sound of my own blood. My lungs had ruptured. Somehow, I was drowning inside myself. My body was betraying me. I started to cough violently, spitting out thick pools of blood, desperate to clear my airway. Each cough shook my broken body, but I had no choice. I needed air. I couldn't let myself drown in this crimson flood. The room faded around me. Colors bled into one another, the edges of everything softening like a watercolor left out in the rain. Then, just as the panic and pain reached their peak, everything stopped. There was silence, absolute silence. The crushing weight of fear lifted, and the frantic rush of pain dulled into something soft and distant. Time ceased to exist. The moment stretched out, endless and serene. I felt a calm wash over me, something I had never known in life. It wasn't cold or scary. It was peaceful, almost warm. I wasn't scared anymore. I was ready. I felt myself floating, or maybe falling. I wasn't sure. The world around me turned into an abyss of deep red, like I was drifting in a sea of blood. It was both terrifying and beautiful, this vast space that had no shape or limit. The redness surrounded me like a curtain, thick and endless. I thought of the quote I had once heard somewhere. The gray rain curtain of this world rolls back, and all turns to silver glass, and then you see it. That's how it felt, like I was slipping through a veil, leaving the noisy, painful world behind. I could feel the pull of something beyond, something quiet and far away. Light began to appear, soft and glowing, cutting through the red like a blade of pure silver. Then suddenly, everything changed. I woke up in a hospital bed, the harsh smell of antiseptic filling my nostrils, the beeping of machines echoing around me. My body felt heavy, each breath a slow and painful effort. The nurses moved quietly around the room, their faces gentle but concerned. From that moment on, something inside me changed. I lived with a strange emptiness, a quiet longing for the peace I had glimpsed in that suspended moment between life and death. I no longer feared death the way I used to. It was not a monster lurking in the shadows, but a quiet place waiting for me when the time was right. I didn't want to die, not exactly. I didn't crave death or seek it out, but I understood now that life was fragile, and death was not the enemy. It was a passage, a calm shore beyond the storms. Since then, every breath feels like a gift and a challenge. The world keeps moving, noisy and loud, filled with pain and joy and everything in between. I try to hold on to the moments that matter, the small bits of light in the darkness. But sometimes, when the nights are quiet, I find myself drifting back to that place between time and sound, the abyss of crimson where I felt nothing but peace. I know that when my time comes, I will go gladly, ready to leave behind the weight of this world and step into the calm light of what lies beyond. Until then, I live. I breathe. I remember. I've been waiting for a long time to tell this story, the one I never thought I'd share so openly. It's about the time I had a stalker, someone who entered my life through work and then refused to leave it. Someone who made me question everything about safety, trust, and even myself. It's a story that still haunts me, even years later, because the damage didn't just stop when I left that job or got a restraining order. It stayed with me, in my mind, in my body, in the way I see the world now. But this isn't a ghost story or a thriller with supernatural twists. It's just a true story, real and raw, about fear and survival. It started the day I met him. I had just started working at a new company. It was a place I'd chosen because I wanted a fresh start. The kind of job where you could do your work, clock out, and not think much about the people around you. I wasn't looking for friends or drama. I was there to do my job and go home. But as soon as I started working with him, I had a bad feeling. Something about the way he looked at me didn't sit right. It was subtle at first, the way his eyes lingered a moment too long, the weird comments he made that felt out of place. Not the usual small talk or office jokes, but things that made my skin crawl. One time, I casually asked him what he used to do before this job, just to make conversation. Instead of a normal answer, he told me, "I used to make people disappear for big money." It wasn't said as a joke. There was no smile, no laugh, just those cold words, like he was proud of it. That was the first real alarm in my mind. But I tried to ignore it, telling myself maybe he was just strange or trying to be edgy. Still, the feeling wouldn't go away. I noticed other things, the way he would find excuses to be near me, to talk to me when I wasn't interested, how he seemed to watch what I was doing, not just at work but outside, like he was trying to learn my patterns, my routines. I started to distance myself. I stopped making eye contact, kept conversations short, avoided places he usually hung around. But it didn't matter. Somehow, he found out everything about me, my last name, where I lived, my family details. I didn't understand how. I hadn't shared that kind of personal information at work. The thought that he had looked me up online or talked to people to find out made me feel violated and unsafe. Things escalated fast after that. He began following me outside of work, showing up where I didn't expect him. Sometimes, I'd catch glimpses of him watching from across the street or parked near my apartment. I changed my routine as much as I could, different routes, different times, but he always found me. He would leave notes, send messages that were creepy and threatening, telling me he knew where I was and what I was doing. I reported him to the company several times. At first, they didn't take it seriously. I was told to just handle it, or that I was overreacting. I kept reporting every incident, every message, every encounter. In total, I made 8 reports over several months. Each time, nothing really changed. The security measures were minimal, and management brushed it off as a personal issue, not a workplace safety concern. It felt like I was the problem, like I was making a fuss about nothing. Eventually, I had to move to another section of the company to avoid him. But even that didn't stop him. The stalking didn't end just because I switched desks or teams. It followed me everywhere, to the grocery store, the gym, even to my friends' houses. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, paranoid and exhausted. Then came the threats. One day, he sent a message that said he was going to unalive me. The words hit me like a punch. I was terrified. I left work immediately and went straight to the police. I thought this would be the moment they finally understood how serious this was. But the officers told me there was nothing they could do unless he physically harmed me or showed up with a weapon. They said the threats were vague and not enough to arrest him. I felt so helpless. The situation worsened. I was living in fear, unable to sleep or focus on anything but staying safe. The constant stress took a toll on my mental health. Eventually, I sought therapy and was diagnosed with PTSD. The trauma wasn't just about the stalking itself, but the way it affected every part of my life: work, relationships, my sense of safety. I had to go to court to get an apprehended violence order, an AVO. The process was draining. I had to recount all the incidents, gather evidence, prove my case. Even then, the company sent an email to my therapist claiming I was lying, trying to discredit me and my experience. Despite all the evidence I had, messages, photos, witnesses, they tried to make me look like the problem. The cruelty of that still breaks my heart. How can people be so dismissive, so cruel, when someone is reaching out for help? How can a company prioritize their reputation over the safety and well-being of their employees? In the end, I quit the job. It wasn't safe anymore, and the place that was supposed to be a workplace became a source of trauma. Leaving felt like giving up, but staying was impossible. The stalker didn't stop, but without the connection to work, I could start rebuilding my life. Now, years later, I still live with the aftermath. I'm careful with my personal information, cautious about who I trust. I'm more aware of the dangers that can hide behind a friendly face or a stranger at work. The experience shaped me, taught me hard lessons about fear, resilience, and the strength it takes to fight for your safety. But despite everything, I survived. I'm still here, telling this story. And maybe by sharing it, I can help someone else who's going through something similar to know they're not alone, and that it's okay to fight, to speak out, and to demand to be safe. That night still burns in my memory, every second of it etched with a kind of dread I hope never to feel again. I was around 18 or 19, old enough to know better, but young enough to be caught in a nightmare I never saw coming. I was at the bar, my dad's bar, a small, dingy place he ran in our town. I wasn't really there for the atmosphere or the drinks, more to keep an eye on him, I guess. My dad had a habit, a dangerous one. When the bar closed and everyone else went home, he'd crank up the music. Not just loud, ear-splitting, chest-rattling volume that blasted through the walls like a storm. It wasn't just the noise, though. If the music was off, or even just low, he would lose it. He'd fly into a rage, anger bubbling under his skin, exploding without warning. I had spent too many nights before this trying to keep the volume down, trying to stop the storm before it started. And every time I failed. The man was like a hurricane, impossible to hold back once he was set in motion. That night was no different. I was there, sitting at the corner of the bar, nursing a drink, trying to stay calm. The place was mostly empty except for a few stragglers cleaning up. My dad was behind the counter, wiping down glasses with a rag, grumbling to himself. Then the music started. The bass dropped, the speakers shook, and the volume was set to maximum, drowning out everything else. I had already pleaded with him multiple times that night, asking him to turn it down. I told him quietly, firmly, that this wasn't right. The neighbors would complain, my mom would be able to hear it from the house. But it didn't matter. When the music was on full blast, it was like he wasn't himself anymore. His eyes darkened, and his grip on reality loosened. I tried again. I walked behind the bar, leaned close to him, and lowered the volume. His face twisted in a fury I wasn't prepared for. Suddenly, before I could even react, his hand shot out. He grabbed me by the throat with a grip that squeezed the air from my lungs, pinned me against the counter. The shock of it stunned me. I could feel his breath, hot, heavy on my face. The whole bar seemed to fall silent, except for the pounding in my ears. I tried to push him off, but his strength was overwhelming. His fingers dug into my throat like they wanted to crush me. I couldn't scream. I couldn't fight back. The world around me narrowed down to the feeling of his hands choking me, the pounding music fading into the background. I was trapped. Then, something inside me flipped. I took the deepest breath I could muster, the one that almost felt like I was stealing his air as well, and I did to him what he was doing to me. I grabbed his throat back. Not as hard, but enough to let him feel what it was like to be trapped, powerless. For what felt like hours, but was probably only 3 or 4 minutes, we struggled. It was a battle of endurance, two broken people locked in a silent war. I felt the weight of every second, the fear that this could end badly, for either of us. I could feel the rage pouring off him in waves, but there was also something else in his eyes, a flicker of hesitation, confusion, and maybe even fear. Eventually, he let go. Not because I gave up, but because he realized something. If I was going down, he was going down with me. I coughed, gasping for air, rubbing my throat where his fingers had bruised my skin. The silence after was deafening, the music barely audible now. The storm passed, but the damage was done. What makes this story so terrifying to me isn't just the physical pain or the threat of death in those few moments. It's what happened after. The fact that the man who nearly strangled me, the man who let his rage consume him, is my father. The man who lives in the same house as me and my mom. The man I had to go home to, sleep in the same bed with, and pretend like everything was normal. That night, I didn't just go to bed. I slipped a small, sharp knife under my pillow. I didn't say a word to anyone. I didn't want to show weakness or fear. But deep down, I was terrified. Terrified that he could lose control again, that he could hurt my mom, or me, or someone else. The knife was there not just for me, but for them. I lay awake for hours, the darkness around me feeling heavier than ever. Every creak of the house, every distant sound, made my heart race. I kept my eyes open, my hands ready. I promised myself that if he ever got that drunk again, if he ever came at us like that again, I would be ready. I would be the one to stop him. Since then, I've forced myself to stay awake for long stretches, sometimes 36 hours or more, just in case he fell into one of those rages while mom or someone else was alone. It's exhausting, draining, but it's the only way I can feel safe. I don't want to be a victim anymore. I don't want to live in fear. But every time I think about that night, about the battle for breath and control, I know that the fight isn't over. It's not just about the knife under my pillow or the long hours I keep watch. It's about surviving the storm inside my home, the rage that lives in my father's soul, and the silence that comes after the music stops. When I think back to the moments that changed me forever, 3 stand out clearly, like jagged scars on my memory. Each one different, each one carved deep in my mind, and all of them haunting me in ways I still feel every day. They all remind me how fragile life is, especially when it comes to those you love most. The first 2 are painfully similar, but the third, well, it was a different kind of terror. But all of them left me shaken, scared, and forever changed. I remember the day my son almost died like it was yesterday. He was just 2 years old, full of energy and curiosity, a wild little boy who could barely sit still for more than a few seconds. That day we were at home, something simple, just lunch, hot dogs and some fruit. I had cut the hot dog into small pieces, careful like you always try to be with toddlers. But no matter how careful you are, sometimes things just go wrong. He took a bite, chewing with those little baby teeth, but then suddenly his face changed. The bright eyes went wide, and then his mouth tightened as if something was stuck. I watched him, thinking maybe he just swallowed it wrong, but then I heard the sound. That awful, strangled sound he made when he was trying to breathe but couldn't. It was like a horrible wheezing, mixed with a desperate gasp, a tiny, frightened choke. His lips started turning blue, his mouth and skin pale like he was fading right in front of me. Panic slammed into my chest. My heart jumped out of my throat, and the world slowed down, but at the same time, everything was rushing in chaos. I knew what was happening. I'd seen it before, but nothing prepares you for your own child choking. I tried to stay calm, but inside I was screaming. I dropped everything and grabbed him, turning him over my knee and starting the Heimlich maneuver as hard as I could. I remember the sharp pain in my wrists, pushing just below his ribs, feeling his fragile little body tense and struggle. The pressure I was putting on him was intense. I could feel my wrists sliding underneath his rib cage with every push. My skin prickled with cold, and I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt because it was summer, but I didn't care. Then, suddenly, I felt it, the shift. The hot dog piece popped out of his throat. He coughed and then spit it out calmly, and in the most innocent voice, he looked up at me and said, "Here, Mommy." It was like nothing had happened, but I knew better. His ribs were bruised and sore, and I was shaking so hard I could barely hold him. I dropped to my knees in the snow outside my house. I lived across the street from my mom, who's a nurse, and I remember trying to run over to her for help. I was barefoot and freezing, the snow cold against my skin, but I didn't stop. I kept repeating the Heimlich maneuver every time I thought I heard him struggling again, and I was terrified. That sound of his choking and his lips turning blue, the helplessness, those moments still haunt me. I replay it in my head sometimes, and I can't escape that helpless feeling, that panic. The thought of losing him that day still makes my chest tighten. The second time, it was my daughter. She was just a baby, about 6 months old. I didn't usually co-sleep with her. I wasn't the kind of mom who let her baby sleep in bed. But that night, I don't know, I felt lonely or scared or just needed her close. So I brought her into bed with me. I wanted the comfort, the quiet breathing beside me as I tried to sleep. But then I woke up to a noise that will never leave me, the sound of her choking. It was wet and gargling, like spit stuck in her throat. My brain was slow to catch up. I remember the seconds ticking by, the sound filling the dark room, and then suddenly realizing she wasn't breathing anymore. She was limp in my arms, and her little body was completely dead weight. I had no time to think. I just grabbed her and ran to the hallway where the light was better, so I could see what to do. I flipped her over my arm and started pounding her back, hitting her hard, desperate to get that spit up out of her throat. I was screaming, frantic, pure terror taking over my body. The noise I was making was loud and raw, a primal scream of a mother fighting for her child's life. I could feel the tension building, my heart racing, my hands shaking as I kept hitting her back. I thought I was losing her. I knew I was losing her. I ran back to my bedroom to get my phone with her still in my arms. I'm sure the shaking motion of running back helped her, because by the time I grabbed the phone and was dialing 911, she was gasping, starting to breathe again. Relief flooded through me, but I was still shaking and crying. The next day, the doctor told me she had RSV, a virus that made it hard for her to breathe, and that was why she choked. I barely slept for weeks after that, terrified of anything that could go wrong again. Those two experiences left me with PTSD. Every night, I relive those moments in nightmares where I watch my children die, and no matter how hard I try, I can't save them. Panic attacks hit me at the smallest trigger. When they cough too hard, when they put something in their mouth, when I see a scary scene on TV involving kids. Anxiety follows me everywhere, always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to explode. But the third moment, the one that changed something different inside me, happened years before I became a mother. I was in my early 20s and thought I was invincible, untouchable, tough enough to handle anything. I hung out with the wrong crowd, did too many drugs, and I thought I was a badass because of it. I wasn't. Not really. One night, I was home alone. I don't even remember why I was alone. Maybe my roommates were out. Maybe I wanted to be by myself. The door at the back of my apartment kicked in hard. I froze for a second before I realized what was happening. Two men stormed inside, rough and fast, and before I could do anything, one of them pressed a gun to my head. The cold metal against my temple sent a shiver through me, but strangely, I wasn't scared. I think my brain just shut down. I laid face first on my couch, as they demanded I stay still. One held the gun, the other ransacked the place, looking for drugs. I was numb, not because I was brave, but because I didn't know how else to react. I didn't fight, didn't scream. All I could think about was the fact that they were stealing the drugs I was so desperate for. There was no fear, no panic, just a hollow emptiness. Years later, I realized how lucky I was. I think if that happened now, I'd be a different person. I'd be terrified in a way I can barely describe. I'd probably freeze up completely or scream, or try to fight and get hurt. But back then, my numbness was my shield. Those 3 moments, the choking of my son, the near death of my daughter, and the armed robbery, are the shadows that follow me. They shaped me, changed me. But in the end, I am still here. My children are still here. And I am stronger for it. The scars on my wrists from that Heimlich maneuver remind me how far I've come. The sleepless nights and panic attacks remind me to cherish every breath my children take. I don't pretend to be fearless anymore. I don't want to be that person who can do drugs and live on the edge without consequence. I want to be present, awake, and aware. I want to protect my kids with everything I have. I want to honor those moments by being the best mom I can be. And despite all the terror and pain, I have hope. Hope that I can heal. Hope that the nightmares will fade. Hope that I will find peace in knowing I did everything I could in those moments. That is what keeps me going. Because in the end, surviving isn't just about escaping death. It's about learning to live with what you've been through and finding strength you never knew you had. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I always knew something was a little different about the way I saw the world. Growing up, there were times when things around me didn't quite feel right. Sometimes my head would feel weird, like it was shrinking or stretching in a way that no one else seemed to notice. Walls around me sometimes looked like they were bending or closing in, but not in a scary way, more like being wrapped in a soft, strange blanket of calm. When I was a kid, I never really understood what was happening. It was just something I learned to live with, almost like a secret part of myself. When I was 18, I finally found out it had a name, Alice in Wonderland Syndrome, AIWS. The name sounded kind of silly, almost like something out of a storybook, but for me, it was real. It explained why sometimes, when I looked at people or things, their shapes would change. A head would seem to shrink or grow, or walls would look like they were tilting towards me, or I'd feel like I was melting into the floor. The oddest thing was, it never really scared me. It was almost comforting, in a weird way, like slipping into a different dimension, but one that didn't hurt, just wrapped me up in a strange peace. When AIWS kicked in, I felt a pressure on my body, a slow squeeze, almost like a soft hug that got tighter and then looser. It was relaxing, even if it was strange. Most nights, I would fall asleep after experiencing these little moments. But one night, that night, everything changed. I remember lying in bed, my room dimly lit by the streetlights outside my window. The hum of the city in the distance was normal, and I was drifting off, thinking about the festival that was happening near my place the next day. It was a big event. People from all over town would come to the park with music, food, and laughter. The thought made me smile, but I was tired, so I let myself fall into sleep. Then suddenly I was there. In my dream, I was standing at the bottom of a long stone staircase, the kind you see in old parks or city squares. The stairs were damp from recent rain, slick and shiny in the pale moonlight. The air smelled of wet stone and a faint trace of smoke from festival grills in the distance. Everything was eerily quiet, except for the sound of my breathing and the faint tapping of my shoes on the stone steps. I looked up the stairs. At the top, I saw rows of barrels stacked near the edge of the square, wooden barrels old and worn, some with metal bands rusting along their sides. They looked heavy. For some reason, I knew something bad was about to happen. Then, the barrels began to move. Slowly at first, then faster, tumbling down the stairs in a loud, clattering cascade. I felt a shock in my chest, but my body froze. I couldn't move. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. My legs felt like they were glued to the ground. The barrels rolled closer and closer, knocking over trash cans and splintering wooden crates as they bounced down the steps. The noise grew louder, a deep crashing roar filling the air. The barrels hit the bottom, right where I was standing. I felt the weight of them, impossibly heavy, crashing into me, pushing me down, pressing against my chest and shoulders. I couldn't breathe. The pressure was crushing, heavy and real. My eyes squeezed shut as I tried to move, to roll out of the way, but I was trapped. The sound and weight pressed on me. Then abruptly I woke up, or so I thought. I opened my eyes in my dark room. The moonlight was still filtering through the curtains. I was lying in my bed, but something was wrong. My body felt numb and heavy. I tried to move my arms, but they wouldn't respond. It was like being stuck underwater, weighted down by invisible chains. The pressure I'd felt in the dream, the crushing weight of the barrels, was still there, squeezing my chest in slow, painful waves. I struggled to breathe. My heart was racing, panic rising in my throat. I tried again to shout or move, but my body was frozen. Sweat poured down my face, soaking my pillow. And then, to my horror, I realized I'd wet the bed. The warmth spreading beneath me was undeniable. Minutes passed, maybe longer. I lay there, unable to move or scream, still feeling that strange pressure crushing me. Slowly, my body began to respond again. My fingers twitched. My legs shook. The invisible chains started to loosen, and the crushing weight began to fade. After what felt like an eternity, I finally sat up, gasping for air. My room was quiet again, the faint hum of the city still drifting through the window. I looked down at my sheets, soaked and sticky. I felt a strange mix of embarrassment and relief. I was awake. I was safe. But the question remained, what had just happened? I remembered then what I'd learned about AIWS. Usually, the syndrome showed up when I was awake or half asleep, twisting shapes and sizes around me, making me feel strange but calm. But this time, it had taken over in a dream. The crushing pressure I'd felt was the same as the feeling that sometimes came with AIWS. The difference was, this time it trapped me, paralyzed me, and left me soaked in fear. I spent the next few days trying to shake off the memory, but it stuck with me. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see those barrels rolling down the stairs. I could still feel that weight on my chest, the helplessness of being frozen. I started to dread falling asleep, afraid that the pressure would come back, that the barrels would roll again. Slowly, I learned to live with it. I told myself it was just a nightmare, amplified by the strange ways my brain processed AIWS. I kept track of the moments when my vision warped or shifted, trying to separate those peaceful times from the terrifying night. I realized something important through all this. AIWS wasn't just a strange quirk or a harmless oddity. For me, it was a force that could touch every part of my life, awake or asleep. It could bring comfort, but it could also bring fear. And understanding it meant learning how to accept both sides. That night stayed with me, a sharp reminder of how fragile my mind could be, how reality could twist and trap me in ways I never expected. But it also showed me the strength I had to wake up, to fight through the pressure, and to face the strange, shifting world inside my own head. I never had a night like that again, where AIWS took over my dreams and my body at once. But I never forgot the weight of those barrels, the feeling of being trapped and unable to move. It was a part of me now, a strange and heavy memory, but one I learned to carry. And in the end, that's all we can do with things we don't understand. Carry them with us, learn from them, and keep moving forward. I've always been the type to get myself into trouble. Not on purpose, really. Just dumb stuff that seemed fun or like a good idea at the time. Somehow, I always managed to get out of it alive, even if barely. Now that I'm older, I like to think I'm a little wiser. But even then, life has a way of tossing me into situations that are more dangerous than I realize until I'm right in the middle of them. One night stands out more than most. I remember it clearly because it shook me in a way nothing else had before. I was younger then, 17 maybe, still doing the dumb, rebellious teenager thing. Sneaking out of my house was almost routine for me. Usually it was just to hang out with friends, smoke some pot, maybe drink a little beer, or meet boys. Typical stuff that feels thrilling when you're young, but is mostly harmless. Except this night was different. I was sneaking out with my friend Jay. She wasn't exactly your typical friend. Not because she was weird or anything, but because her home life was seriously messed up. Her mom was a tweaker, on and off drugs, unstable in ways that made me uncomfortable even at that age. A couple of weeks before that night, something happened that stuck with me. Her parents had accidentally left me at a bar in the middle of the night. I had no ride, no phone, just wandering trying to find another friend's house to get a lift home. Jay called me, told me her parents would come pick me up. When they arrived, the car ride was a nightmare. Her mom was flipping out, yelling and screaming, and then hitting Jay. Her dad tried to calm her down, but was swerving all over the road. It was pitch black and foggy. Jay's little siblings were screaming in the back seat, and I tried to grab the baby to calm her down, but her mom snapped at me and jumped out of the car. We had to stop, and I was stuck trying to get her to get back in. She blamed me, attacked me, and I ran. Eventually, we made it back to their house. The next morning, I called my parents, who were furious. From then on, Jay and I weren't supposed to hang out. But of course, teenage rebellion took over. We wanted to see each other, and sneaking out was the only way. Jay's house wasn't far, maybe a 20-minute walk, if that. From my place, it was a quick 5-minute walk to the highway, then across to a trailer park, down to the back of it, across a river, upstream a little, then up a hill to her house. It wasn't a hard trek, but at night, the whole walk felt longer and a lot scarier. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and wanted to hang out without anyone knowing. So we decided to take a longer route, a 30-minute walk into town, where we planned to chill in the park, smoke some pot, and relax. Our town was small and rough around the edges. It had no police force anymore, so once night fell, the streets filled with tweakers and people you didn't want to run into. We didn't care, though. At 17, we thought we were invincible. As soon as we got to the southern edge of town, we heard footsteps behind us. Not casual footsteps, but the kind that were quickening pace to catch up. We glanced back, and a woman appeared behind us. She was about our height, but looked like she'd been through hell. Eyes bloodshot, clothes dirty and torn, and her face looked like she hadn't slept or eaten right in days. We asked if she was okay. She said she was scared of her boyfriend, and asked if we'd walk with her to a friend's house, so she wouldn't be alone. 2 teenage girls with knives in their pockets walking with a sketchy woman. Not the best idea, but we said yes. The walk was quiet at first. She didn't say much until we were halfway to the gas station she mentioned, the one open all night near the park. Then she asked our names, our ages. We lied, of course. Who doesn't when they're sneaking out? She asked what we were doing out so late. We said we were just hanging out, nothing more. We passed a restaurant, and suddenly a truck roared past us, almost hitting us. We tried to grab the woman and pull her away, but she pushed us off and started yelling at the driver. The truck stopped. The man got out, the boyfriend. He was rough-looking, pissed off, and yelling at the woman to get in the truck and come with him. She shouted back no. The two of them argued fiercely in the dark. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Jay and I pulled out our little pocket knives and gripped them tightly. Then, out of nowhere, two more men appeared from behind the restaurant, just standing there watching. I was terrified. This wasn't just a bad situation anymore. It was dangerous. The woman kept arguing with her boyfriend and finally said she was just going to hang out with her friends and would see him later. Then she wrapped her arms around us and started walking again. As soon as we turned the corner, she broke into a run. We heard her boyfriend screaming after her, threats, curses, promises of violence. We sprinted after her, not stopping until we reached the gas station. She ran up the street behind the gas station and disappeared inside a friend's house. Jay and I went inside the gas station, breathing hard, trying to calm down. We hoped the men wouldn't follow us there because it was public and had witnesses. After about 15 minutes, we peeked outside. The street was empty, and the men were nowhere in sight. We decided to head to the park a few blocks away. The park had a small covered stage in the middle where people sometimes gathered during the day. We sat down at the back of the stage and tried to relax, smoke, and forget what had just happened. About 40 minutes passed, and just as we were thinking about heading home, we heard voices. Men's voices close by. "It's dark as hell. Should I check over here?" one said. The other answered, "Yeah, we'll look for them. Just yell if you see anything." Panic hit us both like a tidal wave. We slipped off the stage and moved quietly to the back of the park, sneaking around the baseball diamond and slipping out the side lot. We ran down a quiet street, hearts pounding, trying to figure out what to do next. We finally decided to go home, hoping those men were looking for someone else and wouldn't follow us. We kept our heads down, walking fast, but trying not to draw attention. A few minutes outside of town, headlights appeared behind us. A car was speeding our way. It was the boyfriend's truck. We turned and ran, diving into the ditch beside the road as the truck swerved onto the shoulder. We scrambled up the other side and into the woods, branches slapping our faces, the underbrush thick and unforgiving. We ran through the trees, trying to stay quiet and hidden. The truck passed by, turning around and driving slowly to look for us a few times. I don't know why he never got out to chase us in the woods. Maybe the dark, maybe fear. Maybe he just didn't care enough. Whatever it was, I'm still thankful he stayed in the truck. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, we finally made it back home, both of us shaking and breathing hard. I didn't leave the house for nearly a month after that. I was terrified, jumpy, and felt like the whole world was watching me. I even cut my hair short so I'd feel less like myself, hoping to hide in plain sight. A few days later, Jay called me. Her mom had heard from some of her tweaker friends that the men were looking for two girls who looked like us. I still get chills thinking about how close it could have gone to something worse. It was a lesson I never wanted to learn the hard way, but it stuck with me. You never really know how bad a night might get until you're caught in it. Looking back, I can see how reckless we were, how we ignored every warning and red flag. But back then, we thought we were just having fun, taking a walk, hanging out like normal kids. It wasn't normal, and it wasn't safe. That night changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. I was only 12, and looking back, it was one of those days that stuck with me. Not because anything bad actually happened to me physically, but because of how things spiraled in a way that made me feel powerless and scared in a way I hadn't before. It started the day before the incident, just a normal school day. I remember getting on the bus after school, like I did every day. Our bus was the kind that had a row of single seats in the very back. You know how some buses have that setup? There's a couple seats together, and then one lone seat right behind them, against the window. I liked sitting there sometimes because it gave me a bit of space. That day, I was sitting in that single seat, near the very back. A couple of kids were sitting nearby, so I was chatting quietly with them, nothing loud or disruptive. The bus was pretty full, but it wasn't too noisy. I was just minding my own business. Then out of nowhere, this younger kid, he was a first grader, maybe 6 or 7, decided he was going to try to punch me. I don't know why. He was sitting right in front of me, so he twisted around in his seat and tapped my shoulder, trying to hit me. It wasn't hard, but it was weird and unsettling because I didn't understand why he was doing it. I moved his hand away gently, thinking maybe he was just messing around or being silly. But he wasn't done. He went right back to his seat after that, but I could tell he was upset. This kid had a reputation. He was one of those kids who threatened to call his mom on anyone who tried to stop him from doing what he wanted. It was almost like a weapon he used, a way to get his way or scare other kids into leaving him alone. I remember feeling a little nervous around him because no one wanted to be the one to get called out or get in trouble. That was just the start of it. The next day, everything got a lot worse. I got on the bus like usual after school, trying to forget the strange incident with the little kid. But then, as the bus started to fill up, I noticed this woman walking up the aisle. She was angry, loud, and she was calling me by my full name. I felt my heart sink immediately because on the military base where I lived, parents were not allowed on the school bus. It was against the rules unless they were ride-alongs, and even then, they were never allowed to be on the same bus as their child. The woman was black, tall, and her voice was sharp, filled with rage. She marched down the aisle, ignoring the other kids staring, and the bus driver who was sitting there, doing nothing. I stood up, confused and scared, thinking maybe she was going to yell at me or worse. But I didn't really know what was coming next. She started shouting at me, right there on the bus, with everyone watching. I wanted to disappear. I remember how everyone was quiet but looking. The bus driver just sat there, not saying a word or trying to stop her. It felt like I was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. What made it worse was that the entire thing was being recorded by the bus cameras. I had no idea if anyone would actually help me or if this would just be ignored. After what felt like forever, the woman left the bus still yelling, and the driver started the bus again, but nothing was said to me. I sat down, feeling smaller than I had ever felt before. I wanted to tell someone, but who would believe me? I wasn't sure what to do. I went through the rest of the school day as normal, but the feeling of dread didn't leave me. When I finally got home, it was already dark outside. The house was quiet except for the ticking clock and the hum of the heater. I was trying to keep calm when there was a knock on the door. I looked through the peephole and saw a man in uniform. He was a military police officer, and there was another younger guy with him, probably his trainee. My stomach dropped. What could they want? The MP started asking me questions. His tone wasn't friendly. It felt like he already thought I had done something wrong before he even opened his mouth. I answered as best as I could, trying to keep calm. But every answer I gave seemed to make him more suspicious. I wanted to tell him about the bus, about the woman who shouted at me, but I wasn't sure if he would believe me or if it would just make things worse. I mentioned the bus cameras, hoping that might help clear things up. He nodded, like he understood, and said they would check the recordings. I felt a tiny bit of relief. The next day at school, I was called to the office to watch the bus footage. But when we got there, the principal told us no one was allowed to see the recordings. The cameras were only for the bus company and the police. That didn't make sense to me. How could I prove what happened if I couldn't see the video? No punishment was given to the woman or the little kid who tried to punch me. It was like the whole thing was swept under the rug. I tried to tell teachers and the counselor, but they didn't seem interested. Maybe they thought it was just kids being kids, or maybe they didn't want to get involved. Either way, it felt like I was invisible. For weeks after, I was nervous to get on the bus. I kept looking over my shoulder, worried that the woman or the kid would come back, or that the military police would show up again. I felt like no one was on my side, and that scared me more than anything. The whole experience taught me something hard. Sometimes, even when you're innocent and you try to stand up for yourself, adults don't always protect you. Sometimes the rules and the system make you feel like you're the one who's wrong, even when you're not. And sometimes, no matter how scared or angry you feel inside, you just have to keep going because there's no one else who will fight for you. This happened about 15 years ago. I remember it like it was yesterday, even though time feels strange when you look back so far. The day started like any other, just another morning, another commute. I was driving to work, taking the same route I had driven countless times before. It was so familiar, so routine that I barely even had to think about it. My mind was somewhere else, drifting on autopilot, maybe thinking about what I had to do that day or replaying some conversation from the night before. The highway was busy but moving smoothly. It was early morning, and the sun was just rising, casting a pale orange light over everything. The cars around me moved steadily. A constant flow of metal and glass weaving together like a river of motion. I was in the middle lane, just keeping pace with the cars around me, not in a rush but not slow either. The highway had 6 lanes going in my direction, wide and full of speeding vehicles, each focused on their own destinations. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large semi-truck, one of those big rigs with a long trailer, swerved hard into my lane. It was so sudden it caught me completely off guard. I barely had time to react. I slammed on the gas, trying to get out of its way, but it was too late. The side of the trailer clipped the back bumper of my car. The impact was sharp and violent, like being hit by a hammer that sent a shock through the whole frame of my vehicle. The moment my car was hit, everything changed. The world around me spun uncontrollably. The car began to fishtail and then spun fully around. I was losing control fast. The highway wasn't just a strip of road. It was 6 lanes of traffic, each lane packed with vehicles moving at 70 miles per hour. I was careening across all of them, a small car being tossed like a rag doll through a dangerous storm of speeding trucks, cars, and motorcycles. I can't explain how I missed everything. I don't know if it was luck or something else, but somehow, my car didn't smash into any of those vehicles. I remember glimpsing them all, their headlights, the blur of their shapes as they passed, the screech of tires. But none hit me. The world was a chaotic blur, but my car somehow threaded the needle perfectly. Then came the crash. I slammed into a light pole on the far side of the highway. The force of the collision was incredible. It felt like the car had been dropped from the top of a skyscraper and smashed against concrete. The sound of metal crunching, glass shattering, and the pole cracking filled my ears. The impact rattled every bone in my body. After hitting the pole, everything went black. I remember the sound of silence, the darkness pressing in. I couldn't think. I couldn't move. There was nothing but stillness. Then the next thing I remember was the flashing lights of a fire truck. They were so bright and red, cutting through the darkness like knives. The smell of smoke and burnt rubber filled the air. The sound of voices, but distant and muffled, came to me slowly. I was still inside the car, trapped and hurting but alive. The semi-driver had stopped. He ran across the highway, dodging cars with a kind of frantic desperation I couldn't understand until later. When the emergency crews arrived, he stayed with me, waiting calmly and accepting responsibility for what had happened. I learned later that the driver's company had taken care of everything: insurance, repairs, medical bills. They went beyond what was expected, probably because they knew how close I had come to dying. I was lucky. Miraculously, I walked away from the crash with some broken ribs and a concussion, but nothing life-threatening. The doctors said it was a miracle. My car was totaled, a twisted wreck that looked like a sculpture of destruction. The front end was smashed in, the windshield shattered, airbags deployed everywhere. In the weeks after, I kept thinking about what had happened. How a moment of distraction, a single mistake from someone else, could change everything. How thin the line is between life and death. How fragile we really are, trapped inside metal boxes on wheels, hurtling down concrete rivers at impossible speeds. That experience changed me. It forced me to look at life differently. Before the crash, I was always rushing, always thinking about the next thing. Afterward, everything slowed down. I started paying attention to the world around me, to the people I cared about, to the little moments that make life worth living. Life is weird. It's brief. You never know when it will end or how close you are to losing everything. But it's also precious, and every day is a gift. I still drive that same route sometimes. I'm always cautious now, always alert. I don't take anything for granted. Every time I get behind the wheel, I think about that day, about the spinning car, the light pole, the flashing fire trucks. And I remember that I survived, that I got a second chance. So I try to live in a way that honors that chance, making the most of every moment, no matter how ordinary or routine it seems. Because sometimes, ordinary can change in an instant, and all you have left is what you choose to do with the time you're given. When I was about 4 or 5 years old, I remember one of those holiday days that, for a long time, just felt like fun and sunshine. But that day changed for me in a way I didn't understand back then. It was a warm, bright morning at a big public pool with water slides and a huge swimming area that seemed to stretch out forever to a little kid like me. The smell of chlorine mixed with sunscreen was thick in the air, and families were all around, laughing, splashing, shouting, eating snacks, and just enjoying the summer. My mom was watching me carefully, making sure I didn't stay in the sun too long without protection. I was playing with my sister, splashing near the shallow end, wearing my bright orange armbands that made me feel safe. Those little floaties were my shield. I was learning to swim, but not quite ready to be left alone in the deep water. I was too small, too inexperienced. The armbands were the one thing that kept me from sinking. After some time in the water, my skin started feeling warm, and I was probably getting a bit sunburned despite the sunscreen I had that morning. Mom called me over and told me to come out of the pool so she could put on a fresh layer of sunscreen. I obeyed without question. That part is clear, no hesitation. I climbed out, dripping wet, feeling the sun drying my hair and my skin. The bright light was almost blinding as I walked over to her. To put the sunscreen on properly, I had to take off my armbands. I remember the way my small arms looked without them, exposed, slippery with water, and vulnerable. My mom started rubbing the sunscreen on, carefully covering every part she could reach. She rubbed it in slowly, starting with my shoulders, my back, my chest, and then moving down my arms. She made sure I was coated well, so I wouldn't burn. Then she turned her attention to my sister, who was sitting nearby waiting her turn. While my mom was busy, my mind was already racing. I was desperate to get back to the water. I wanted to climb the stairs to the big water slide, to feel the rush of the water on my face, and to splash down into the pool. The pool was full of kids, all of them laughing and having fun, and I was stuck sitting out. The idea of waiting felt like torture to me. I was only a little kid, and my patience was thin. Without thinking much, I slipped off the towel my mom had wrapped around me and looked around quickly. Mom was still focused on my sister, not paying attention to me. I spotted the stairs leading up to the biggest water slide. My heart pounded with excitement and a bit of reckless bravery. I ran toward the stairs, my bare feet wet and cold from the water still dripping off my body. I climbed the stairs quickly, the plastic steps warm under my feet. The other kids were waiting their turn, but I didn't care. I pushed my way past them, eager to be the next to go. The slide was tall and twisting, bright blue, curving down into the pool that looked so deep from up there. I didn't really think about the depth or what would happen when I landed. All I thought about was the fun, the splash, the thrill. Then, I sat down at the top of the slide. The plastic was warm in the sun, and I could feel the slight roughness of it under my legs. I pushed off with my hands and started sliding down. At first, it was pure joy, the wind rushing past my face, the water splashing against me, the world turning into a blur of blue and white. But then, something strange happened. As I slid, time seemed to slow down. Suddenly, I remembered I hadn't put my armbands back on. A wave of panic crashed over me. I was halfway down the slide, moving fast toward the water below, and I was completely unprotected. No floaties, no safety net. I wasn't a strong swimmer yet. I barely knew how to keep my head above water. And here I was, about to land in the deep end, surrounded by dozens of people who didn't know I was about to plunge into danger. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. My chest tightened. The pool seemed huge, wider and deeper than I'd ever noticed. I could see the water swirling beneath me, dark and endless. I hit the water hard. The cold shock hit my chest and lungs, and for a moment I felt weightless, sinking fast. I swallowed water accidentally and panicked even more. My little arms flailed, trying to find something to hold onto, but there was nothing. No floaties, no edge, no hand to grab. Just water all around. I kicked and paddled as hard as I could, desperate to keep my head above the surface. I remember gasping for air, swallowing water, coughing, sputtering. My lungs burned, my muscles screamed. I was scared in a way that felt all-consuming, like the fear itself was pulling me down deeper than the water. I screamed, at least I thought I screamed. I opened my mouth wide and called out for help with everything I had, but it felt like I was shouting into a void. No one looked my way. No one stopped swimming or paused their laughter or turned their heads to check on me. There were so many people in that pool, maybe 60 or 70, but I felt completely invisible, like I was trapped in a bubble, screaming silently beneath the surface. I remember how long it felt, the endless fight against the water. I don't think it was really 10 minutes, but it felt like it stretched on forever. Every second felt like an hour. My arms and legs were heavy and weak. My mind was desperate, trying to hold on. I didn't want to go under. I didn't want to drown. But my body was starting to fail me. I could feel myself slipping away, the panic mixing with exhaustion. My limbs stopped moving as strongly as before. The water was cold and unforgiving. I thought this was it, that I was going to disappear beneath the surface and never come back up. And then, through the thick fog of fear and cold water, I heard something, a voice. A voice calling my name, screaming it with desperation and urgency. It was my dad. His voice cut through the panic like a lifeline. It was sharp, close, and real. Suddenly, hands grabbed me, pulling me up. The weight was gone, replaced by something solid and warm holding onto me. I felt myself breaking the surface, gasping for air, finally able to breathe. My body trembled, weak and shivering, but safe. I was lifted out of the water and held tight. I remember the warmth of his arms around me, his face above me, and the rush of relief flooding through my body. I never lost consciousness, I was told later, but in that moment, everything except survival was gone from my mind. That day stayed with me for years. It was a moment when I learned how fragile I was, how fast things could go wrong even in a place that was supposed to be safe and full of fun. It changed how I felt about water, about trust, and about the importance of being careful, even when you're desperate to have fun. Every time I think back to that moment, I remember the feeling of being invisible, screaming and nobody hearing me, the cold shock of the water, and then the saving strength of my dad's voice cutting through the fear. It was one of the scariest things I've ever experienced, but it also taught me something important. That help can come when you need it most, even when you feel completely alone. And that sometimes you have to wait, fight, and believe you'll be found before you truly are. I was sitting in the passenger seat, the car moving steadily along the highway after a long day at a sporting event. The air inside the car was warm and filled with the quiet hum of the engine and the soft, muffled sounds of music playing from the radio. Outside, the sun had started to dip, casting long shadows across the pavement and turning the sky a soft orange pink. The roads were getting busier as we approached the city limits, traffic thickening as cars merged and slowed. I was feeling tired but content, the kind of tired that comes from cheering for hours and spending the day with family. Suddenly, the peaceful ride shattered. For reasons I still don't fully understand, we became targets. A car in front of us slowed down in the congestion. The driver of that car did something that didn't make sense at first. He swung halfway out of the driver's side window. At first, I thought maybe he was just trying to get some air or signal to someone else. But then I saw it. A gun. A real gun, the kind you only see on TV or in movies. And he wasn't just holding it. He raised it, aimed directly at us, and opened fire. The first shots sounded like thunder. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed inside the car, bouncing off every surface. Glass shattered, the sound of it breaking like 1,000 tiny screams. The car lurched from the impact. Bullets slammed into the metal frame, pinging off the door, tearing through the windshield. I felt something hit near me, the force shaking the whole vehicle. My family member, the driver, was hit. A bullet struck his neck. I couldn't tell exactly where at first, but I could see the blood, thick and dark, soaking his shirt. The car jerked as he tried to keep control, his hands trembling on the wheel. I realized the bullet had severed two major arteries, the left internal jugular vein and the left carotid artery. Blood was pouring out fast, and I knew without even thinking that he was in serious trouble. Panic hit me like a wave. The sound of gunfire kept going, but I was frozen for a second, trying to make sense of what was happening. The world felt loud and blurry all at once. The shooter was still firing, seemingly at random, without stopping or aiming for any one spot. I wasn't hit, but the chaos was overwhelming. Instinct kicked in. I grabbed the meatiest part of my right thumb and pressed down hard against the wound in his neck. The blood was hot and wet, and it soaked through my fingers quickly. I pushed as hard as I could, trying to stem the flow, knowing that every second counted. I was shaking, my heart pounding in my chest like it wanted to burst out. I kept applying pressure while fumbling for my phone with my left hand. I called 911. My voice was shaky, almost breaking, but I managed to tell them where we were. I gave them the nearest exit to the expressway we were on, trying to sound calm, even though my mind was racing. Every second felt stretched out, like time was moving in slow motion. I kept my thumb pressed on the wound, watching the blood pool and run down his shirt. The car was still moving. The driver was struggling, but he stayed focused enough to keep control. I could see the pain etched on his face, his eyes flickering with shock and fear. I felt powerless, despite being right there. I wanted to take the bullets for him, to stop everything from happening. Minutes passed. I kept talking to 911, describing our position as best as I could. Emergency lights appeared in the distance, flashing blue and red like the sky was bleeding. Relief mixed with fear. Help was coming, but would it be in time? The shooter finally sped off, disappearing into the traffic, leaving destruction behind. The silence after was deafening. The shattered glass, the blood, the racing pulse in my ears, all felt unreal. My family member's breathing was shallow, his face pale but still alive. I never stopped pressing down, not even for a second. Paramedics arrived quickly. They took over, pulling me aside gently but firmly. I watched as they worked, their faces focused and professional. They wrapped the wound, applied a tourniquet, gave him oxygen. He was conscious but weak. I stayed nearby, too numb to move. Later, at the hospital, I sat in a sterile waiting room, my hands shaking, replaying everything over and over. The doctors told me it was a miracle. The arteries had been severed cleanly, but with quick pressure and emergency care, he survived. No permanent damage. No death. It was the luckiest thing I had ever heard. For days afterward, I felt a strange mix of relief and emptiness. The world seemed both too fragile and too cruel. I couldn't shake the images, the gun, the blood, the fear. I felt arrogant, thinking I was safe. Then powerless, realizing how quickly that could be taken away. And fatalistic, wondering how close we had come to something irreversible. Yesterday, I was driving home at night, still on edge. The streets were quieter, but my mind was alert. Out of nowhere, a car drove toward me with a kid standing up through the sunroof, looking reckless and careless. The headlights caught him silhouetted against the night. I almost dove for cover, heart racing again. I was scanning for something to hide behind, something to protect me, because after what happened, I couldn't help but expect danger at any moment. But the kid just drove on, oblivious. The night stayed quiet after that. Now, I'm left thinking about how close I came to losing someone I love. How random and senseless violence can be. How the smallest moments, the pressure of my thumb, the quick call to 911, made all the difference between life and death. It's not a story I tell often, and I don't want pity. I just want to remember that sometimes real life doesn't make sense, and the only thing we can do is hold on tight to what matters and keep moving forward, even when the fear never really goes away. I spent years caught in this strange, unsettling routine that no one could explain. It started one morning, just after waking up, but before opening my eyes, lying there in that blurry space between sleep and being fully awake. I'd feel the bed beneath me begin to move. Not violently, but gently, like someone was standing at the foot of the bed and lightly rocking it back and forth. The movement was soft, deliberate, but very real. At first, I thought it was me. Maybe I was shifting in my sleep or breathing oddly. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself it was just me or the mattress settling, it kept happening every single morning for years. It was always the same. I'd be lying still with my eyes closed, feeling the bed start to sway. I'd open my eyes quickly, heart pounding, ready to jump up and check if someone was there or if something was wrong. And as soon as I opened them, the shaking stopped. I'd lie back down, close my eyes again, and the movement would start right back up, almost immediately. It was maddening. I tried everything to figure it out. I changed beds, moved my bedroom, checked the floor and the walls for drafts or vibrations from the street or neighbors. Nothing ever made a difference. The bed still shook, always gently, but unmistakably. Each morning, it felt like this invisible presence was there, right at the foot of the bed, just enough to unsettle me, but never enough to be seen or caught. I never heard footsteps or any other noise, just the bed shaking in that slow, rhythmic way. Sometimes I'd hold my breath, trying to still the movement with willpower, or sit up for a long time until I felt safe again. But no matter what, the bed started moving again as soon as I laid back down. It was exhausting. After a while, I stopped telling anyone about it. People would have thought I was losing it or making it up. I was afraid I was going crazy. The constant uncertainty gnawed at me, like some part of me was trying to warn me or mess with my mind. I even thought maybe I was imagining it, some weird psychosomatic thing caused by stress or lack of sleep. But the feeling was so physical, so undeniable. The worst morning was when the usual gentle rocking turned into something far more terrifying. I had gotten up during the night to use the bathroom. and after finishing, I went back to bed. I lay down, closed my eyes, waiting to fall back asleep. Instead of the slow shaking, I suddenly felt a heavy, sudden thud, like something jumped onto the bed with a weight that made the mattress dip deeply. I froze. My heart hammered as I lay perfectly still, afraid to open my eyes but feeling the bed pressed down, and then the unmistakable sensation of slow, deliberate movement across the mattress. It felt like something was walking toward me, heavy, deliberate steps right behind my back. I didn't dare move or breathe too loudly. The bed shifted beneath me, the mattress sinking under that weight. I could almost feel the pressure pressing into my skin, pushing me forward and then sideways, rolling me backward on the bed. It was so strong I actually started to roll a little. I wanted to scream but didn't. After what felt like an eternity, I snapped awake, shot out of the bed, and didn't go back to sleep that night. After that, the shaking stopped. Whatever it was gone. I was relieved but also left with a deep unease I couldn't shake. To this day, I don't know what caused those years of nightly shaking or the heavy weight that seemed to crawl toward me. It was something physical but invisible, or maybe a strange mental experience. But either way, it affected me profoundly. I felt like my own bed, the one place I should have been safest, was betraying me every morning. Another strange episode happened when I was 16. My mom and I were going to see Ice Age 2, and I was driving. We had a steep driveway at the house, a sharp slope that led down to the street. As I backed the car down the driveway, I was completely focused on the movement. Just as the car leveled out at the bottom of the slope, everything around me shifted. My vision tilted diagonally to the right, like the entire world had been rotated. The trees, houses, and street lights weren't straight anymore. They were leaning at an angle. My body reacted to it too. I felt myself leaning to the right, as if gravity was pulling me sideways. I tried to shake it off, blinking rapidly, but it didn't go away. My heart began to race as I struggled to keep the car steady. I pulled it into park and told my mom she should drive, because I couldn't trust myself to handle it. When I got out of the car, I had to lean on the vehicle just to keep from falling over. My legs felt unsteady, weak, like they might give out. I stood there for several minutes, eyes closed, trying to steady myself. I thought maybe I was dizzy from stress or low blood sugar, but nothing seemed to explain the strange, slanting vision and balance loss. Then, after what felt like forever, I blinked again, and everything snapped back to normal. The trees were vertical, the road flat, and I was standing upright. My body stopped leaning, and the odd sensation faded. It was the strangest and most frightening moment of disorientation I'd ever had. It left me shaken for days afterward. I never told anyone exactly what happened, just that I felt unwell for a few minutes. But I still think about it and wonder if it was some kind of neurological thing or a sudden drop in blood pressure, or maybe something else I don't understand. Either way, it was real, and it scared me. Then there was the sleep paralysis, which came every single night for a while. For months, every time I went to sleep, I'd get stuck in that frozen state between waking and dreaming. I'd feel my body levitate slightly, like I was rising out of my body, while my mind was wide awake, but my muscles refused to move. The sensation was always accompanied by vivid hallucinations, flashes of bright light, strange sounds like whispers or creaking, and the feeling of someone pulling the covers off me. The feeling of being pinned down but somehow rising was disorienting and terrifying. Most nights, it was just a bad experience I could ignore after waking up. But 2 times it really freaked me out. The first time, I actually woke up inside the paralysis. My mind was screaming that something terrible was about to happen. I felt a sudden, forceful jump on top of me. Whatever it was started shoving me down into the bed, pushing with weight and force that made it hard to breathe. I was terrified, trying to wiggle my toes or fingers, desperate to break free. It felt like a fight for survival. Finally, I managed to move my toes, then my fingers, and jerked my body free. I gasped for air, heart pounding, sweating. It was one of the worst feelings I've ever had. The second time was almost worse. I was falling asleep, the familiar tingling sensation washing over me as I slipped into the paralysis. Then, out of the dark, I saw a tall, shadowy figure standing at the foot of my bed. It was dark and towering, impossible to make out details, but it felt immense and overwhelming. Then I heard a loud, maniacal laugh right in my ear, echoing with cruel amusement. I knew logically it wasn't real, just my brain in some weird dream state, but the terror was so real it rooted me in place. I fought my way out again, heart racing. All of these experiences happened over many years, each one terrifying and confusing in its own way. But after that last heavy feeling on the bed, the shaking stopped, and the sleep paralysis episodes became much less frequent. I still get strange dizzy spells sometimes, but nothing like that day on the driveway. Looking back, I realize my mind and body were probably reacting to a mix of stress, sleep issues, and maybe some neurological quirks. None of it was supernatural, but it all felt terrifyingly real in the moment. I learned to accept the uncertainty, that some things happen for reasons we don't always understand. And sometimes, the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're the strange and unexplained experiences our own minds and bodies can create. It's a weird kind of fear that stays with you, not because of what you saw or felt, but because of how little you can explain it. But that's life, full of unknowns, and sometimes all you can do is keep going. It was the year 2020. The world was different, uncertain, and so was I. I wasn't feeling well that day. I had a cold, my head was heavy, and I just wanted to stay in bed wrapped up in a warm blanket, doing nothing. But my family had plans. They were going to Poland to shop. It was a trip they had been planning for a while, and there was no way I was going to get out of it just because I was sick. I remember sitting in the living room with a jar of Nutella, eating spoonful after spoonful, trying to distract myself from the dull ache in my throat and the stubborn cough that came and went. I didn't want to go. I just wanted the day to pass quietly. A few months before this, something heavy had happened. My grandpa, my mom's father, had passed away. It was a blow to everyone, but especially to my mom. She kept pictures of him on the mantelpiece, and sometimes when she thought no one was watching, I could see her staring at them, her eyes glassy. The house felt emptier after he was gone, like a part of its warmth had disappeared. It was hard to explain, but you could feel it. Sometimes in the middle of the night, the house would creak, and I'd hear noises that made my skin crawl. But I told myself it was just the house settling. Old houses do that. That day, while everyone was getting ready for the trip, I stayed behind. I was resting on the couch, spoon in hand, licking the Nutella off it slowly. The house was quiet except for the faint sound of the clock ticking and the occasional buzz of the fridge. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, pacing across the wooden floors upstairs. It was soft but clear. I froze for a moment. I thought maybe my family had come back early, or maybe someone had forgotten something in the house. I didn't want to get up right away. I was tired, but the sound was real. It was close enough to make me uncomfortable. I pushed myself off the couch and walked slowly toward the main door, feeling the chill that was creeping into the room as I moved. It was a warm day outside, but the air around me suddenly felt cold, like the kind of cold that makes you shiver despite the temperature. There's a saying my mom once told me. If you feel cold all of a sudden in a warm place, it means a spirit is near. I didn't want to believe in such things, but I couldn't ignore the sudden drop in temperature. I reached the door and looked outside. The street was empty. No cars, no people, no sign that anyone had just returned. I checked the windows around the house. Still no sign of movement. I went back inside, feeling uneasy. I shrugged it off, telling myself I must have misheard the footsteps, or that it was just the house settling again. Maybe the wind outside was playing tricks with the old wooden floorboards. It had to be something normal, I thought. But from that day on, something changed. Every time my parents left the house, even if it was just to go to the shops nearby, I would be alone inside. And every time, I would hear those same footsteps. Slow, steady, pacing from room to room, walking across the creaky floors upstairs. Sometimes they would start right after the door closed, other times after a few minutes. It was never consistent, but it was always there. The footsteps would come and go like a rhythm I couldn't predict. And with them, that coldness would creep back in, the kind of cold that makes your breath visible on a hot day. I started noticing other little things too. Doors that were slightly ajar when I was sure I had closed them. Cabinets that would be left open. The faint sound of something dragging across the floor upstairs. I checked the house carefully every time, but nothing seemed out of place. No sign of a break-in, no windows open, no damage. The locks were always secure. I never felt like someone was trying to hurt me or break in, but the presence was undeniable. It felt like someone was there, moving quietly around, watching from the shadows. Sometimes I would call my parents to come home early, just so I wouldn't have to be alone. They thought I was imagining things, that maybe it was the house settling or my mind playing tricks. But I wasn't imagining it. I could feel it in my bones. The coldness was the worst part. It would start in one corner of the room, then slowly spread until it wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. The air would feel thick and hard to breathe. My skin would prickle, and sometimes my hands would shake. One afternoon, I decided to stay upstairs and watch. I was tired of being scared and feeling helpless. I grabbed a flashlight and sat in the hallway where I had heard the footsteps before. I waited. Minutes passed. Then I heard them, soft, slow steps walking toward me from the far end of the hall. I didn't move. My heart was pounding so loud I thought it might burst. The footsteps came closer, and the cold came with them. My breath caught in my throat. The beam of my flashlight didn't reveal anything. No figure, no shadow, nothing at all. But the footsteps kept moving, passing right beside me, crossing into the room at the end of the hall, then fading away. I felt like I was losing my mind. There was no explanation. No one could explain it. But it was real. I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. A presence that was silent, unseen, but always there when I was alone. Months passed. The footsteps continued. The cold followed. I stopped trying to fight it or explain it. Instead, I learned to live with it, like an unwanted part of the house that I couldn't get rid of. Sometimes, when the footsteps started, I would sit still, close my eyes, and breathe deeply, trying to ignore the shivers that ran down my spine. One day, my mom came home early from work. She found me sitting on the floor in the hallway, eyes closed, trying not to cry. She asked me what was wrong, but I couldn't find the words. How do you explain something that no one else can see or hear? She hugged me and told me it was okay, that I wasn't alone. We started locking all the doors and windows carefully, making sure everything was secure. We left the lights on when we weren't home, but it didn't stop. The footsteps were still there when I was alone. The cold still came. It wasn't scary in the way of a ghost story. It was more like a deep, heavy sadness that filled the empty spaces. Over time, I realized that maybe what I was feeling wasn't something evil or dangerous. Maybe it was just the house remembering my grandpa, remembering the people who had lived there before. Maybe the footsteps were a reminder that some things never really leave, not even death. I stopped fighting the cold, stopped trying to explain the footsteps. Instead, I learned to live with them, to accept them as a part of the house's story. It was a strange comfort in a way, knowing that even though I was alone, I wasn't really alone. The house had its memories, its own way of holding on. And so, I live with the footsteps and the cold. They are a part of my everyday life now. Not frightening, just there, like a quiet presence that watches over me, reminding me of the past, of loss, and of the strange ways grief can linger in the spaces we call home. That night was cold like I've rarely felt before. The kind of cold that sinks through every layer of your clothes, burrows deep into your bones, and makes your breath come out in little clouds that vanish quickly in the dark. It was February, and the temperature hovered around minus 25 degrees Celsius. The streets were dry and clear, no fresh snow or ice to worry about, just the bitter cold pressing down. I had just finished work late, feeling tired and drained, but I had an appointment at City Hall that I couldn't miss. It was important paperwork, the kind you don't get often where I live, and I was already late. That night, the City Hall closed early, so I was racing against the clock to get there on time. The road stretched out in front of me, lit by the dull yellow glow of street lamps spaced far apart. The dark was heavy, thick, and silent except for the hum of my car's engine. I was 19 then, just a year past getting my driver's license, and I still felt like I had to prove myself on the road sometimes. Maybe that night, tired and rushed, I pushed too hard. My foot pressed the accelerator harder than I should have. The speedometer climbed fast, 160 kilometers per hour, maybe even 180. The road I was on was a regular two-lane street, not designed for speeds like that, but I was in a hurry and the road was empty, so I didn't think twice. The cold outside didn't bother me as much as the nervous energy rushing through my veins. I kept thinking about the documents waiting for me, the ticking clock, the hours I had already spent at work, and the long weekend ahead. I had bought a box of drinks the day before, planning to enjoy the weekend with friends. The box sat on the back seat behind me, tightly packed with cans and bottles. The street was straight, but I noticed a bump in the road. Maybe a patch where the asphalt had settled unevenly or some hidden pothole. It was small, but at my speed, that bump was a dangerous trap. The rear end of my car suddenly jumped up as the wheels hit it, and everything went sideways fast. I remember the feeling, a wild, terrible lift that threw the car off balance. The back of the car lifted, the front dipped, and suddenly I lost control. The steering wheel in my hands felt like it was slipping, like it wasn't mine anymore. The car spun violently. 1, 2, maybe 3 times, or maybe more, I don't know exactly. The world outside the windows was a blur of dark trees and cold, empty fields. During those spins, the box of drinks on the back seat came flying forward with force. I felt the hard edges scratch against my ear sharply. Then the box slammed into the radio in front of me and bounced to the passenger seat, breaking a few cans open inside it. I could smell the sharp, bitter scent of spilled beer mixing with the cold air seeping through the cracked window. I wasn't sure how long the spinning lasted, but eventually the car went off the road. It veered toward the edge, almost hitting a tree standing stubbornly by the roadside. The car missed it by mere inches, scraping past on the passenger side. Then the car rolled onto a field beside the road. The ground there was about a meter lower than the street. The fall was harsh. The car slammed hard onto the frozen earth, jolting me with a force that knocked the breath from my lungs. The sound of metal crushing and glass shattering filled the air around me. My head hit the steering wheel hard, the cold leather cutting into my skin, but I wasn't knocked out. My car finally stopped around 150 meters from the street, resting at a strange angle on the field's uneven surface. The silence afterward was heavy. The engine was dead, the lights off, and the cold seemed to rush back in, more intense than ever. I sat there for a moment, heart pounding in my chest, stunned and unsure what just happened. The car was totaled. The windshield cracked with spiderweb fractures, the doors bent oddly, and the metal frame crumpled in places I couldn't even reach. It looked like a wreck, like something from a disaster movie. But somehow I was alive. Not a single scratch on me. Not even a bruise. I felt a mix of shock, relief, and confusion. How could I walk away from that? I kept moving my fingers and toes, checking for pain, waiting for the rush of blood or the sting of injury to hit me. But there was nothing. The cold was biting, but my body was intact. I remember sitting there in silence, the cold settling around me like a heavy blanket. The world felt unreal, like I was caught between moments. The sky above was black, with a few stars twinkling faintly through the cold night air. The street lamps glowed distantly in the background, marking the place where the world I knew had ended. After a while, I gathered myself. My hands were shaking, but I opened the car door slowly and stepped out onto the frozen ground. The air was sharp and cold, making me shiver despite the adrenaline. I looked back at the car, and it was hard to believe it was mine just moments ago. The metal was twisted, the tires flat, the engine silent. I started walking toward the road, my boots crunching on the frozen earth. Each step felt heavy and slow. The quiet night stretched endlessly around me. I could hear my breath, loud and ragged. No cars passed by. No one was around. Eventually, I reached the street and waited. I was lucky that night. A passerby noticed me and stopped. They called emergency services, and help arrived not too long after. They checked me over thoroughly but confirmed I was fine. I was taken to the hospital just to be safe, but no broken bones, no cuts, nothing. The crash was the scariest moment of my life. The speed, the loss of control, the spins, the impact. It was a reminder of how fragile everything really is. Driving at that speed on a normal road was reckless, and I realized how close I came to losing everything. The cold night, the empty road, and the silence afterward were all etched into my memory forever. I think about that night often. How lucky I was. How the bump in the road, the box of drinks, the tree, everything could have ended so differently. But somehow, I walked away untouched. It's a story I tell quietly, without much detail, but it changed how I see driving, speed, and life itself. That night taught me a lesson about respect. Respect for the road, for the power of a car, and for the unpredictability of the world. Even when everything seems under control, it can all slip away in a heartbeat. And I am still here, alive, whole, against all odds. I remember the whole experience like it happened yesterday, even though it was months ago. When I got sick with COVID, it wasn't just a regular cold or a little fever. It felt like my body was slowly giving up on me, and every breath I took was a struggle. After a few days of feeling worse and worse, my family took me to the hospital because the doctors said I needed a treatment that would help me fight the virus faster. I didn't really know what it was called or how it worked. All I knew was that it involved something going into my veins, and they promised it would help me get better. The hospital smelled sterile and cold when I arrived. The lights were too bright, and everything felt overwhelming. The buzzing machines, the quiet murmurs of nurses moving quickly, and the soft beeping of monitors in the background. I was exhausted and scared. I just wanted the treatment to start so I could go home and finally feel like myself again. When they finally came to give me the treatment, I had to sit still while the nurse inserted the 4 needle into my arm. It wasn't painful at first, just a little pinch like when you get a shot. But then, as the medicine started flowing through the tube and into my veins, I felt something strange, a sharp, sudden pain in my abdomen. At first, I thought it was just cramps or something normal because of being sick, but it quickly grew worse. That sharp pain started to spread, climbing up from my stomach towards my chest. It felt like someone was squeezing my heart, pressing down hard, and I couldn't catch my breath. I tried to tell the nurses what I was feeling, but before I could finish, my vision started to blur, and the room spun around me. My knees buckled, and the last thing I remember saying was, "I feel something," before everything went black. The next moments were the scariest I've ever lived through. When I woke up, I was drenched in sweat, but shaking with cold. It was like I had been trapped between 2 worlds, darkness pulling me back and the bright, harsh lights of the hospital pulling me forward. I felt like I was fading in and out, slipping away, but still trying to hold on. My body felt heavy, like I was wrapped in a thick blanket that wouldn't let me move. I was breathing fast, and my heart was pounding like it was trying to break free from my chest. My eyes were barely opening, and everything was blurry. Then I noticed the nurses. One was holding up my legs, trying to get blood flowing, while another nurse was right in front of my face, snapping her fingers, asking if I could hear her. She kept repeating, trying to pull me back to reality. The third nurse was blowing cool air in my face with a small fan, trying to keep me awake. I could hear their voices and see their faces, but I still felt like I was underwater, distant and unable to fully respond. I kept struggling to move. It felt like my limbs were glued to the bed. Every small attempt to lift my hand or blink was like climbing a mountain. I was scared because I couldn't control my own body, scared because I didn't know if I was going to wake up fully or if this was it. I wanted to scream or call out, but I had no strength. I was trapped inside myself, awake but paralyzed. Slowly, the nurses helped me sit up. They moved me gently into a chair, adjusting my position so I wouldn't pass out again. That's when I saw my mom, sitting across the room. She looked pale and panicked, her eyes fixed on me, like she was waiting for a sign that I was okay. The worry in her face made my heart ache, but it also gave me strength. I wasn't alone in this fight. After a few minutes, one of the nurses brought me something sweet to eat, a small piece of candy, and another handed me a cup of orange juice. My mouth was dry, and swallowing was difficult, but the taste of the juice was comforting, like a small reminder that I was still here, still fighting. That moment was when the reality of what happened really hit me. Losing control over your body, even for a few minutes, is terrifying. It's like your mind is awake and screaming for help, but your body refuses to respond. I thought about how fragile life can be and how quickly things can spiral when your health is already weak. It was a brutal lesson in how important it is to take care of yourself, especially when you're sick. Looking back, I realized one of the reasons I had that scary episode was because I hadn't eaten that morning. I was weak and my blood sugar was low. My body didn't have the energy it needed to handle the treatment or fight the virus. I never thought skipping breakfast could lead to something so serious, but it did. This whole experience changed how I see health and self-care. It made me understand that even small things like eating properly can make a huge difference when you're fighting an illness. It's not just about the medicine or the hospital. It's about how well you prepare your body to handle whatever comes its way. From that day forward, I promised myself to always eat breakfast and take care of my body, no matter how tired or sick I might feel. Because no treatment or doctor can replace the strength that comes from being healthy inside. And the fear I felt losing control like that is something I never want to face again. Even now, months later, I still remember every detail. The pain, the dizziness, the fear of fading away, and the slow, painful fight to come back. It's a part of me now, a warning and a lesson wrapped in one terrifying memory. Life is fragile, and health is precious. Don't take it for granted. Eat well, rest, and listen to your body, because you never know when those small choices might save your life. I was about 12 or 13 years old, and it was one of those warm summer nights that just begged for adventure. Me and my friends had planned to play one of our favorite games called Fugitive. The rules were simple. You start at one point and try to get to another without getting caught by the person driving around in a car looking for you. It sounds easy and fun, but the thrill of almost getting caught made it way more exciting. We always had a blast, and that night was no exception. There were about 13 of us in total. Some were older, some younger, but everyone was buzzing with energy and ready to go. My friend's mom had volunteered to be the driver. She was cool with it, probably because she liked being part of the fun, and she knew the area well. The neighborhood wasn't huge, but it had enough streets and alleys to make the game interesting. We divided ourselves into smaller groups. I ended up with my friend's little brother, who was about 8, and 4 other kids. We were a pretty mixed bunch, mostly kids who liked sticking close together for the extra safety and fun. At some point, my friend's little brother, the youngest of us, came up with what he thought was a great idea. He said, "Hey, let's hide in this guy's backyard. I know him, and he's really nice. He'll let us hide there." I remember feeling uneasy right away. There was something about the way he said it that didn't sit right with me. I didn't know this guy, or anything about him, and we'd never hidden in that backyard before. Still, I didn't want to be the one to ruin the game or seem like a scared kid, so I reluctantly agreed. We started sneaking through the backyards, carefully stepping over fences and trying to keep quiet. The night was dark but clear, the moon not quite full, just enough light to see the shadows moving around us. The air was still and warm. The faint sounds of distant cars and the occasional bark of a dog mixed with our whispered plans. We moved slowly, careful not to make any noise, hoping to find the perfect hiding spot where the driver wouldn't spot us. As we were creeping around a corner near a wooden fence, suddenly a man's voice cut through the silence. It was loud and sharp, filled with anger. "Hey, get the fuck out of my backyard. What the fuck are you doing?" It wasn't just the shouting that startled me, but the fact that it came out of nowhere, so close. My heart jumped into my throat, and I could hear my friend's breathing get heavy with panic. Without thinking twice, we all took off running, scrambling over fences and dodging bushes, desperate to get away from that place. As we reached the street, I glanced back and caught a glimpse of the man standing in his yard, wearing nothing but bright pink underwear, shouting at us to leave. The sight was almost surreal, but the fear in his voice made it very clear he was serious. My friend's mom happened to be right around the corner with the car, probably driving slowly to look for us. We bolted straight toward her, piling into the car and locking the doors. She was apologizing to the man repeatedly, but he was furious and wouldn't calm down. The man told us we were lucky no one had gotten hurt in his backyard, and that he was prepared to call the police. That moment stuck with me. The fact that a grown man could be so angry and hostile, and that we were just kids playing a game, made everything feel heavy. It wasn't just the yelling or the embarrassment of getting caught in someone's backyard. It was the way the whole situation suddenly felt real and dangerous. That night, the game stopped feeling like just a game. The next morning, I woke up to the usual sounds of birds and the sun filtering through the curtains, but something was off. When I checked my phone, I saw a notification from a neighborhood app called Nextdoor. Someone had posted a message about what happened the night before. It was from a couple who lived near where we had snuck into the backyard. They said about 7 kids had broken into their property trying to steal things, and that they had reported the incident to the police. I knew the story wasn't true. None of us had tried to steal anything. We were just hiding and trying not to get caught, but I couldn't help but feel nervous. It was strange and upsetting to see how the adults saw us, as troublemakers, maybe even criminals. The idea that someone could be so quick to label kids that way scared me. I spent the day feeling jumpy, thinking about the man yelling at us, and the neighbors talking about calling the police. I wondered if anyone was really watching, waiting to catch us doing something wrong. The sense of being watched made the neighborhood feel smaller, less safe, even though it was the same place I'd known all my life. For days after, the story spread among our group and the neighborhood. Some kids were laughing it off, calling it just a silly mistake, but others looked more serious, like they'd learned something important about where to draw the line when playing games. The game itself lost some of its fun for me. What used to be exciting now felt risky in a way I hadn't understood before. I thought a lot about the man and what he said. The part about being lucky one of us didn't get hurt. It was a chilling thing to say. Backyards might look harmless, but they can be dangerous places if you don't know what's inside or who lives there. What if there had been something else back there besides the man? What if someone else had been waiting? Someone not just angry, but really threatening. The whole thing stuck with me for a long time. It made me realize how quickly things can go from fun and innocent to scary and serious. It also taught me to be more careful, to trust my gut when something feels off, and to remember that sometimes even games have limits you shouldn't cross. Looking back now, I'm grateful we all got away okay, that nothing worse happened. But that night, with the man screaming in his backyard and the pink underwear and the rush to get to safety, it's a memory that still makes my skin crawl. It's a reminder that some places, even ones that seem familiar, can hold dangers you don't expect, and that sometimes, even the people who seem nice and trustworthy aren't who you thought they were. And that's the kind of scary you don't forget. That night has never left me. It stays with me every day, even 6 years later. I try to push it away, but the memory comes back like a wound that never quite heals. The fear, the shock, the feeling of helplessness, it all still lingers, twisting inside my chest like a dark knot. It started as a normal evening. I had gone out on a date. Nothing fancy, just a simple dinner, some light conversation, and a walk. He was walking me home, the night air cool and quiet, the streets dimly lit by the scattered glow of street lamps. The city felt calm, almost empty. There was no reason to be afraid. At least I thought so. We arrived at my apartment. It was a small place on the second floor of a low building, surrounded by a rusty gate that creaked when opened. I remember the soft sound of the gate swinging open and closing behind me as I stepped inside the compound. My date stood just outside the gate as I reached to close it. He kissed me goodnight. His lips were warm and gentle. It was a small, tender moment that I thought would be the last before I went safely inside. I remember the way his hand felt when he held mine briefly before pulling away. I pushed the gate shut behind me. It wasn't fully latched yet when suddenly, someone grabbed my arm. The grip was harsh, unforgiving. They yanked me backward so fast my body slammed into the metal gate. Pain flared sharply in my arm and ribs as I hit the hard steel. Then my knees buckled, and I fell to the concrete ground. The cold roughness of the pavement bit into my skin as I hit the floor. I was stunned. My breath caught, and my heart hammered wildly against my chest. When I looked up, my eyes met the barrel of a gun. It was pointed just inches from my face, so close I could see the cold, hard metal gleam under the faint streetlight. My vision narrowed, tunneled, the world reduced to the gun and the fear that flooded me like a tidal wave. The man's voice was harsh and demanding, but I didn't respond. Instead, I froze, unable to speak, frozen by the terror that wrapped itself tightly around me. His hand shook slightly on the gun, the barrel wavering a little, but the threat was clear and real. I could see his eyes, dark, angry, desperate. He wanted my bag. I remember thinking, I won't let go. The bag wasn't just a bag. It had my ID, my phone, my wallet, everything that grounded me. Letting it go felt like losing a piece of myself. So, I told him I'd get my IDs first. I needed a moment to collect myself, to understand what was happening. I held tight to the bag. Suddenly, a second voice cut through the tension. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. There were two of them. They were riding in tandem on a motorcycle, a fact I hadn't noticed before. The other man held a gun pointed at my date, who was standing helplessly just outside the gate. The cold steel was aimed directly at him, and the second man threatened to shoot if I didn't release the bag immediately. The world moved too fast. Panic flooded my senses. I could see the fear in my date's eyes, the helplessness. I realized if I didn't let go, they wouldn't hesitate. I dropped the bag. The men grabbed it quickly and mounted their motorcycle. I saw their faces clearly now, lit faintly by the streetlight, young, desperate, maybe scared themselves. Then, with a roar, they sped off into the night, leaving us frozen on the ground. I was shaking so badly I could barely breathe. My legs refused to move. My whole body was trembling uncontrollably. It felt like the air was sucked out of my lungs, and the world around me was spinning, distant and unreal. My landlady appeared suddenly, her voice sharp and worried as she called us inside. She insisted on accompanying us to the police station. I remember sitting in her small car, the seatbelt digging into my shoulder, my hands clenched tightly in my lap. I wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come. I was numb. My mind was too overwhelmed to even form words. I couldn't speak, not even when they asked what happened. I could only stare out the window at the passing streetlights, feeling the weight of what had just happened crush me. The police station was cold and sterile. The smell of rubber and paper filled the air. They took notes, asked questions, but all I could do was relive the moment in my head, again and again, stuck in the loop of terror. The officers were polite but distant, treating the situation like another case file, but I was drowning in fear and disbelief. In the days after, the nightmares started. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that ground, hearing the roar of the motorcycle, the gun's cold barrel inches from my face. I would wake up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. The image burned into my mind. The trauma settled deep inside me, coloring every night and haunting every shadow. I realized then that fear isn't just about death. It's about helplessness, about seeing someone you care about in danger and feeling powerless. The idea of losing someone else, witnessing their death, terrified me more than the thought of my own. The memory of that night made me understand how fragile life is and how quickly it can be taken away. The days after the attack were a blur. My routine shattered. I avoided going out at night. I took longer routes home during the day. I installed extra locks and even a security camera. But the safety I tried to build couldn't erase the memory or the fear. I felt isolated, even around people who wanted to help. The trauma created a barrier between me and the world. I was scared to let anyone close, scared that the fear would show, scared that someone else might hurt me or those I loved. Over time, I began to try and reclaim my life, piece by piece. It wasn't easy. Some days I felt like I was moving forward, other days the memory dragged me back into darkness. I learned to recognize the signs of panic before they took hold. I practiced breathing exercises and talked to a counselor who helped me face the trauma in small steps. One thing I never lost, though, was my sense of gratitude for still being alive, for still having the chance to keep going. The experience taught me how precious life is, even when it's fragile and frightening. Today, 6 years later, I still think about that night. It hasn't gone away, and maybe it never will completely, but I've found strength in the fear. I've learned that courage isn't about not feeling afraid. It's about facing that fear and choosing to keep moving forward anyway. The memory is a scar, but it's also a reminder that life can change in a second, that safety is never guaranteed, and that sometimes the greatest fear is not for ourselves but for those we love. And even in the darkest moments, we survive. We learn. We keep living. That night stays with me in a way no other memory does. It's been 6 years, but I can still feel the chill, the way my heart slammed against my chest as I stared at the front door. I want to tell the story as it happened, every small detail that still sticks in my mind, because no matter how much I try to explain, it never feels enough. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. It was real, and it scared me in a way I never thought anything could. I was about 12 years old at the time, just a kid really. My brothers were 13 and 17, old enough to act responsible, or at least I thought so. We lived in a 2-story house that had a heavy front door, the kind you don't use often because it's so hard to open. Most days, we came and went through the garage, which was easier and faster. The front door was just there, almost like a relic from a time before the garage was built. It was old, solid wood, painted white, with a brass handle and a heavy lock. You had to push hard to get it to open, especially when the weather wasn't cooperating. That day, there was a tornado watch in the area. It was late afternoon, and the sky was turning an ugly gray that seemed to press down on everything. You could smell the rain coming, thick and heavy in the air, mixed with that sharp metallic scent you get right before a storm hits. Mom was at work, and she couldn't call off. Her job was in a small hospital, and they were severely understaffed, so no breaks, no time off, even when the weather threatened to turn deadly. Because of that, Grandma came to pick us up in a hurry. There wasn't time to think or lock the doors. We left the house just as it was, rushing out to get into Grandma's car. I remember standing in the driveway, the wind already starting to pick up, tugging at my jacket and whipping leaves and dust around my feet. The sky was darker now, rolling clouds moving fast and low. Grandma's car was a beaten-up old station wagon, the kind that smelled like leather and cigarettes, but was warm inside. My brothers and I climbed in, the car's heater trying to keep the chill off as we drove away from home. The street lights were flickering as we passed them, and somewhere in the distance, I heard a faint rumble that wasn't thunder. It was the warning siren, low and steady, warning us all to be ready. The storm lasted maybe 2 or 3 hours. We waited at Grandma's house, watching the weather warnings on TV, while lightning flashed in the distance, and the wind howled like it wanted to rip the roof off. The rain hit so hard you couldn't see the street outside. It was the kind of storm that makes you feel small, like the world outside your walls is dangerous and unpredictable. We stayed inside, silent except for the TV, until Grandma said it was safe enough to go home. When we finally got back, the neighborhood was a mess. Branches and leaves covered the sidewalks, some mailboxes were knocked over, and there was the smell of wet earth and broken trees. The air still felt heavy, but the rain had stopped. It was quiet in that way that only comes after a big storm, like the calm before something else happens, though I didn't know that then. We hurried inside because the house was cold and smelled like it had been shut up for too long. Mom wasn't home yet. She was finishing her shift, and by the time she arrived, I was already in the shower. The bathroom was small and tiled, the water hot against my skin, washing away the sticky feeling from the storm outside. My brothers were doing their own thing. One was in the kitchen making food, and the other had flopped down on the couch and fallen asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the chaos of the day. I stayed in the shower for longer than usual, just standing under the water, feeling the warmth soak into my skin. When I finally got out, I dried off and put on fresh clothes, the soft cotton of my pajamas feeling good after being damp from the rain earlier. I looked at the clock. Mom still wasn't home. The house was quiet except for the sound of my brother in the kitchen and the soft breathing of the one asleep on the couch. I opened my bedroom door slowly. My room was upstairs with an ensuite bathroom attached, so I didn't have to go far to shower or change. The door creaked a little as I pushed it open. From the threshold, I had a clear line of sight all the way down the hallway to the front door. The hallway was dimly lit by a small lamp that Grandma must have left on earlier, casting long shadows on the walls. I stepped out, the floor cold under my bare feet, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, the way shadows shift in the dark, how your mind can play games when you're tired and alone. But no, it was definitely a figure. A pitch-black shape, standing at least 7 feet tall. It was there, just beyond the front door, holding it open. Then, with a force that shook the entire house, it slammed the door shut. The sound was deafening, a heavy slam that echoed like thunder. The door shook in its frame, the lock rattling. It wasn't just the wind. That door was far too heavy for the wind to have blown it open, especially after a storm had passed. And it certainly wasn't my brother on the couch. He didn't even stir. The figure stood for just a moment, then disappeared into the shadows outside. I was frozen where I stood, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst through my chest. The whole thing happened less than 5 seconds after I opened my door. It was like it was waiting for me, like it wanted me to see it. I ran back into my room and slammed the door shut behind me, locking it. My hands were shaking so badly, I couldn't even turn the doorknob properly. I stared at the door for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I was just imagining things. But deep down, I knew I wasn't. The rest of the night was a blur. I didn't sleep. I kept the door locked and sat by the window, watching the streetlights flicker. When Mom finally got home, I was still awake, but I didn't tell her what I saw. How could I? Who would believe me? Over the next few days, I kept thinking about it. The figure was tall, impossibly dark, so black it looked like it swallowed the light around it. It didn't move like a person. There was something wrong about the way it held the door and slammed it, something deliberate and almost angry. It didn't make sense that anyone would come to our house in the middle of a storm, but there it was. I checked everything around the house. The locks on the front door were fine. Nothing was broken or damaged. No sign anyone had been inside or tried to get in. It was like the figure was there just to scare me. I told my brothers, but they just laughed it off, saying I was probably tired or stressed. My older brother kept saying it was probably a branch hitting the door or the wind after all. But I knew the truth. Sometimes late at night, I still imagine that figure standing outside, waiting. I wonder if it was a person at all, or something else entirely. But I refused to think of it as a ghost or a monster from a story. It felt real and physical. It wanted to be seen. It wanted me to know it was there. Looking back, the only thing I can say for sure is that it wasn't a trick of the storm or a coincidence. It was deliberate, and I don't think it ever left. It just waits, patient, silent, watching. And every time I open my door, I feel like it's still there, right outside, waiting to slam that heavy front door again. A few years ago, when I was still young, my mom and dad were in the middle of one of the worst divorces I've ever seen. It wasn't just the usual fighting or arguing. It was something deeper, darker. Something that made every day feel tense and uncertain, like we were walking on thin ice that could crack at any moment. My dad had always been a complicated man, but things got worse after he had to have his thyroid removed. He stopped taking the medicine he needed, and his behavior became unpredictable. On top of that, he got into hard drugs, and I could see the way it changed him. It wasn't just that he was angry or sad. He became dangerous. There was a wildness in his eyes that made me afraid to be near him. Mom tried to shield me from it all. She never said much about what was happening, but I could feel the tension in the house. I could see it in the way she moved, like she was always waiting for something bad to happen. I overheard things sometimes, bits and pieces of conversations, and once my aunt told me a story that chilled me to the bone. My dad had poured gas all over the house and threatened to burn it down with my mom inside. Just thinking about it still makes my hands shake. That kind of threat isn't something you forget. It's not just scary because it's violent. It's scary because it shows how much someone can lose control, how far they can fall. Somehow, in the middle of all this chaos, my dad convinced my mom to take a road trip with him. We were going to South Padre Island, Texas. I don't know exactly how he did it. Maybe it was some manipulation. Maybe it was just the hope that things could get better. At the time, I thought it was a chance for us to escape, to have a little fun despite everything going on at home. The trip started off like a normal family vacation, but there was always an edge to it. My dad's mood would swing suddenly, going from quiet and brooding to angry and sharp. The car rides were the worst, sitting in the back seat, watching him drive, feeling like I had to be careful with every word I said. The silence between us was heavy, filled with things left unsaid. We stopped at small towns along the way, places that seemed too hot and dusty, with peeling paint and empty streets. I tried to focus on the little things, the smell of fried food from a roadside diner, the way the sun blazed down on the cracked sidewalks, the distant sound of kids playing in a park. But no matter what I did, the tension never went away. At night, we stayed in cheap motels. I remember the first one vividly, a rundown place with flickering neon lights and a musty smell. The walls were thin, and I could hear the sounds of other travelers, doors slamming, muffled voices, the occasional shout. I tried to sleep, but the bed felt too hard, and my dad's restless pacing outside kept me awake. Sometimes, I caught him staring out the window, his hands clenched on the steering wheel like he was holding on to something invisible. I wanted to ask him what he was thinking, but I didn't dare. I was too scared of what the answer might be. One night, while we were parked near the beach, I woke up to the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. The moon was low, casting silver light over the sand and water. I could see my dad sitting on the edge of the bed, his face pale and eyes dark. He looked like a man on the edge of breaking, and I wondered if this trip was his way of trying to hold himself together. There were moments when I thought we might actually be okay, when he smiled at me or when my mom looked relieved. But those moments were fleeting, like flashes of light in a storm. The storm was always waiting to come back. As the days passed, I realized something terrifying. My dad wasn't just unstable, he was dangerous. Every look he gave my mom felt like a warning, like a countdown to something I didn't want to imagine. I thought about the stories my aunt had told me, about the gas and the threats, and I began to wonder if this trip was really just a vacation. Maybe my dad had some plan in his head, to take us far away, to hide us where no one could find us, or worse. Maybe he thought he could get rid of my mom, disappear with me, and start over somewhere new. The thought made my stomach twist in knots. There was one day I remember most clearly. We were driving down a lonely highway, the kind with no houses for miles and only a few scattered trees along the sides. The sky was a dull gray, and the air felt thick and heavy. My dad's hands were tight on the wheel, and he didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, he pulled the car over to the side of the road. We stopped in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by silence. I looked at my mom, her face pale and eyes wide, and I felt a cold fear grip me. I didn't know what was going to happen, but I knew it wouldn't be good. My dad got out of the car and walked a few steps into the brush. I stayed inside, holding my breath, trying to listen for any sign that he was going to come back calm. But the silence stretched on, broken only by the distant call of a bird. When he returned, he looked different, like he had made some decision. But whatever it was, he didn't say a word about it. We got back in the car and kept driving. The rest of the trip was tense and quiet. I kept hoping we'd get home safely, that this nightmare would end. And finally we did. We made it back, and my mom took me away from my dad as soon as she could. Looking back on that trip now, I realize how close we came to something terrible. My dad was a man unraveling, and the road was his trap. I think about what could have happened, how easily that trip could have turned into a nightmare none of us would have walked away from. But it didn't. Somehow we survived. My mom stayed strong, even when it felt impossible. And I held on to the hope that one day, things would get better. The trip down to South Padre wasn't a vacation or a fun family memory. It was a dangerous crossing, a place where the line between safety and disaster was razor thin. I'll never forget how close we came to losing everything that mattered. Even now, years later, the memory is sharp. I don't know what my dad thought or planned, and maybe I never will. But I do know this. That trip was a turning point, a moment when my mom's courage saved us both from something that could have destroyed us forever. I used to take the same route every morning to get to work. It was a routine I never thought twice about. I left my apartment just before 7, walked down the quiet street, crossed a small park with a few benches and some old trees, then onto the main road where the bus stop was. From there, a short bus ride to my office building, which was on the edge of the city center. The whole trip took about 30 minutes, sometimes less if I was lucky, and caught the bus right away. I liked the walk. Early mornings were calm and peaceful, with the city still waking up. The air was cool, the streets almost empty, and the sunlight creeping over the rooftops. For months, everything was just like that, quiet and normal. I never noticed anything out of place. I would often see the same people on my walk. A jogger who passed by around the same time every day, an old man who fed the pigeons in the park, the barista at the corner cafe setting up the outdoor tables. It was a neighborhood I had gotten used to, and I felt safe enough. Sometimes I wore my headphones, sometimes I didn't. It didn't matter. What I didn't realize was that for a few months, someone else was walking the same route as me. At first, I thought it was just coincidence. Maybe it was a neighbor or someone who worked nearby, someone who also liked the same early morning routine. But over time, the coincidences started to pile up. I would glance behind me and catch a glimpse of someone at a distance, always just far enough not to be too obvious, but close enough to be noticed if I looked carefully. I never paid much attention. I told myself it was nothing. The man was tall, wore a long dark coat even in the warmer months, and always kept his head down. I never saw his face clearly. He never approached me or said anything, just followed the same path, always keeping a few meters behind. I didn't think it was dangerous. I thought maybe he was just going to the same place or taking the same shortcut. It wasn't until one morning, about 3 months into this routine, that things became too obvious to ignore. That day, I left the apartment a bit later than usual because I had stayed up late the night before. The street was still quiet, and the park looked just like any other morning. But as I walked past the benches, I felt a strange chill, like the air had suddenly gotten heavier. My gut told me something wasn't right. I glanced back and caught him. The man was only a few steps behind, walking at the same slow pace as me, looking straight ahead now instead of down. His eyes met mine briefly for the first time. They were cold, empty. I quickened my pace, and so did he. I tried to cross the street, hoping he would stay on the other side, but he crossed with me, staying close. I felt my heart pounding hard in my chest, a tightness in my throat. I wasn't sure if I was scared or angry. My mind raced with questions I didn't want to ask. Why was he following me? What did he want? Was he dangerous? After that day, I knew I couldn't just ignore it anymore. I started changing my routine. Instead of walking alone through the park, I took a longer route that led me to the bus stop near a busy street, where people were already waiting for the bus. The traffic was louder there, cars passing constantly, people talking, the hum of the city drowning out any silence. I felt safer surrounded by strangers. Still, the feeling of being watched never quite left me. On some days, I would see him again, lurking near the corner, sometimes just across the street, sometimes disappearing as soon as I looked. I never confronted him. I was too afraid and unsure of what might happen. I told a few close friends about it, but they said maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just overthinking. But I knew something was wrong. One afternoon, I was leaving work early because I wasn't feeling well. The sky was gray and heavy with clouds. The streets were wet from a recent rain. I took the same route I had avoided, walking quickly toward the bus stop. I didn't see him at first, but when I got closer to the intersection, I saw a figure standing by the street lamp, the light casting a long shadow across the sidewalk. It was him. He was watching me, not hiding, just standing there, waiting. That was the moment I realized I couldn't keep pretending this was just a coincidence or a harmless stranger. I decided then to stop walking alone completely. I started taking the bus earlier, staying in well-lit places, avoiding isolated streets. Sometimes I would ask coworkers if they could walk with me, or I would call someone on the phone so they could hear me walking and be aware of where I was. Every time I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye or a figure in the distance, my heart would jump. I became hyper-aware of every sound, every movement around me. The peaceful mornings I once enjoyed became tense and filled with fear. Eventually, the pandemic hit in early 2020, and everything changed. The city emptied, workplaces closed, people stayed home. I quit that job shortly after because the fear had grown too big to handle. I didn't want to walk those streets anymore, didn't want to risk running into him again. The stalking stopped as suddenly as it had started. Looking back, I still don't know what that man wanted or why he followed me for so long. Maybe he was lonely, maybe he had some twisted obsession, maybe he was just a stranger with no clear intention. The fact that I never confronted him, never found out, leaves a knot in my stomach. But at least I'm safe now. I changed my life, my habits, to protect myself. The city feels different to me now. It's not the safe place I once thought it was. I'm more careful, more aware, always watching my back, always wondering if the man will ever come back. But so far, he hasn't. I was stuck in traffic the other day, and I was really annoyed. The sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the highway. But instead of moving forward, all the cars around me had slowed to a crawl and eventually came to a complete stop. At first, I thought it might be an accident or maybe some construction work. But after waiting in the same spot for what felt like forever, I finally reached the source of the delay. I craned my neck to see what was causing the jam, and as I slowly inched my car forward, I noticed people weaving around a single vehicle that was completely stopped in the middle of the road. The car was old, its paint chipped and faded, but what made my stomach drop was the sight of a motorcycle while sticking out from the front of the car, twisted unnaturally. It was like the bike had been crushed, caught beneath the car's front bumper, the metal twisted and mangled. The crowd gathered around the scene was silent, but the atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone was looking down at something or someone, but no emergency vehicles had arrived yet, no flashing lights, no sirens. Just a group of strangers standing around, frozen and watching. I rolled my window down and leaned a bit forward, careful not to rush or push my way through the crowd. The smell hit me before I could fully see what was going on. An overwhelming coppery scent, unmistakably blood, mixed with the sharp sting of gasoline. My heart pounded in my chest as I realized the gravity of the situation. I slowly came around the front of the car, trying not to look too closely, but the sight was unavoidable. A trail of dark, sticky blood was smeared on the asphalt, leading away from the front of the car. It stretched toward the side where a man was lying on the ground, his body writhing in pain. His head was split open, the skull visibly cracked and bleeding profusely. Blood was everywhere, soaked into his clothes, pooling beneath his head, dripping down onto the pavement. The man was older, probably about my dad's age, maybe in his late 50s or early 60s. His face was twisted in agony, every movement sending fresh waves of pain rippling through his body. Despite the horror of the scene, the people standing there didn't seem to be doing much. No one was rushing to help him. No one was shouting for assistance or trying to call 911 on their phones. They just stood in a loose circle, watching silently. I had the creeping feeling that maybe they knew there wasn't much anyone could do at that point. The man's screams, raw and broken, cut through the air as he tried to move, but no one seemed to be able to comfort him. In the back seat of my car, my 5-year-old daughter was sitting quietly, her little hands gripping the edge of her booster seat. She didn't say anything at first, but I noticed her eyes slowly moving toward the window on my side, and I felt a surge of panic. I didn't want her to see that man, to see his blood or his pain. She's so young and innocent, and that image could haunt her for a long time. Without thinking, I quickly reached over and gently took her hand, distracting her with a small game of I Spy, hoping to pull her attention away from the window. I then reached for the radio dial and cranked up the volume, filling the car with the sounds of a cheerful song that I hoped would drown out the man's cries and the distant murmurs of the crowd. My daughter's face brightened just a little as she sang along quietly, completely unaware of the horror happening just feet away from us. I kept one eye on the man through the side mirror, my throat tightening as the image of his injury burned into my mind. As we slowly moved past the accident, the weight of what I had seen settled over me like a thick fog. The blood, the broken man, the silence of the onlookers, it was all too much. Tears welled up and spilled down my cheeks, even though I told myself to stay strong for my daughter. I wiped my eyes quickly before she could notice, but the sobs threatened to choke me. The man lying there reminded me painfully of my own father. My dad is not so different in age, and he rides a motorcycle too. Most of the time, he doesn't wear a helmet, telling me he feels more free without it. But what I had just witnessed was a brutal, raw reminder of the risks he takes every time he climbs onto his bike. The broken, bleeding man on the asphalt was the worst-case scenario I'd always feared. That night, after putting my daughter to bed, I sat in my living room, unable to shake the image. I pulled out my phone and dialed my dad's number, my hands trembling. I didn't want to sound scared or overly worried, but I begged him, in my mind at least, to wear a helmet whenever he rode. I knew I couldn't force him, but I hoped that the memory of that injured man, of what could happen to someone you love, would make a difference. I don't know if my dad will actually wear a helmet. Sometimes people believe they're invincible, or maybe they just don't want to admit the danger. But for me, seeing that man on the road, hearing his screams, and knowing the helplessness of the crowd that surrounded him, it changed something inside me. It made me realize how fragile life really is, and how quickly everything can change in an instant. That day stuck with me, like a heavy shadow that lingers long after the sun goes down. The traffic jam was more than just an annoyance. It was a harsh, unfiltered glimpse at the reality of accidents and how life can be shattered in the blink of an eye. I still think about that man, the look in his eyes, the way his blood stained the pavement, and the silence of the bystanders who could do nothing but watch. It made me promise myself to never take safety for granted, to always be cautious, and to hold tighter to those I love. Because none of us really know when our life could change forever. And sometimes, the most terrifying moments are the ones where you feel completely helpless, stuck watching someone suffer, while all you can do is drive on, trying your best to forget, but never really able to. When I was 12 years old, it was the year 2012, and my friend and I made a choice that seemed small at the time, but turned out to be one of the scariest experiences of my life. It started with a simple plan. We wanted to skip a lesson at school. I can't remember exactly which lesson it was, but I think it was biology. We had something important that day, maybe a test or a control work, and the pressure felt heavy. Skipping seemed like a way to escape that stress, even if only for an hour. My friend and I knew that if we just stood around in the hallway, teachers would notice us right away. The school was old and narrow, with long corridors that echoed every sound, and the teachers were always watching. So we came up with what we thought was a smart idea. We would hide in the girls' toilet for the whole lesson. It was an old bathroom with several stalls, a few sinks, and a long mirror over the sinks. It smelled a little musty, like old tile and cleaning chemicals, mixed with a faint trace of perfume from the girls who had been there earlier. The toilet was at the end of the hallway, so it was a bit out of the way. We thought no one would bother looking there for 2 whole hours. We slipped into the bathroom just after the lesson started, closing the door quietly behind us. It was warm and a bit dim inside, the fluorescent lights buzzing softly above. The first few minutes were calm. We stood in front of the sinks, chatting quietly about nothing important. Our favorite music, what we wanted to do after school, funny things that happened in other classes. It was easy to forget we were supposed to be somewhere else. After about 30 minutes, the calm started to feel strange. The sound of footsteps in the hallway outside was faint but real. We could hear muffled voices and the distant ringing of the school bell marking the passing of time. Then, all of a sudden, the bathroom door swung open with a sharp creak. Our hearts jumped into our throats. It was the director. She was the strictest adult at school, the kind of person whose presence made you freeze. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she wore a dark blazer that made her look even more serious. Her eyes scanned the room quickly but sharply. My friend and I didn't move. We just stared at her, frozen like two statues. She started shouting almost immediately. "So, why are all the booths occupied?" Her voice was loud and angry, echoing off the tiled walls. "Girls, come out. Don't you have lessons?" She began walking down the row of stalls, knocking on each door with a heavy fist. Each knock made my heart beat louder and louder. I could hear my friend's breathing get faster and more uneven next to me, and I knew my own chest was tight with fear. We realized right then that if we came out, the director would ask us where we were supposed to be, call our parents, and probably get us in huge trouble. Maybe she would even tell the school to punish us harshly. I thought about what our parents might do if they found out. It wasn't just a scolding, it could be a complete nightmare. I even imagined them sending us away, to some strict place where kids who misbehave get sent, like an orphanage or something terrible. The thought made my stomach twist. We had to think fast. I shoved my friend into the stall next to mine and closed the door as quietly as I could. Our breathing slowed, but only a little. The knocking got louder at the door, and the director's voice shouted again, "Girls, come out now." I wanted to scream, cry, do anything to make this stop, but I stayed silent. After a few moments, I realized we had to do something. We couldn't just stay in the stalls forever, and the director was still checking every single one. We whispered quickly between the cracks of the doors, trying to figure out what to do next. We came up with a plan. I would get out of the stall and act like I was just passing through, maybe going to the sink or the door. Meanwhile, my friend would stay hidden and hope the director didn't notice her. It was a stupid plan, but it was all we had. I took a deep breath and quietly opened my stall door. I stepped out, trying to look calm and natural. The cold tile floor felt hard under my shoes, and the buzzing lights seemed too loud in the silence. I started walking slowly toward the exit. Suddenly, the director turned her head sharply and caught me. "What class are you in?" she asked, eyes narrowing. "6A, I answered, trying not to sound scared. She stared at me for a moment, then said, "I see. Wait here." Then she moved on to check the other stalls. I froze for a moment, thinking this might be my chance to run. But just as I was about to make a break for the door, my friend burst out of her stall, pushing me hard. Her face was pale and her eyes wide with panic. "Run!" she screamed. Without thinking, we both sprinted down the hallway as fast as our legs could carry us. Our shoes slapped loudly on the cold linoleum, and the sound of the director's voice yelling after us was terrifying. We didn't know where we were going, only that we had to get away. We turned corners blindly, dodging teachers and students who looked at us in confusion. Our lungs burned, and our hearts felt like they were going to burst out of our chests. Finally, we spotted the women's locker room and dove inside, slamming the door behind us. Inside, the air was cooler and smelled of sweat and cleaning supplies. The room was lined with rows of metal lockers, some scratched and dented from years of use. There were benches along the walls, and we collapsed onto one, gasping for breath. Our bodies trembled, and our hands shook uncontrollably. We stayed there for what felt like hours, afraid to move or make a sound. We didn't know if the director was still chasing us, or if she had given up. Eventually, the noise in the hallways died down, and the school settled into its usual quiet rhythm. After that day, nothing really happened. Our parents never found out about our little adventure, and the director never mentioned it again. But for years, I never told anyone what had happened in that bathroom. It felt like a secret too big and scary to share. Even now, 10 years later, I remember the fear, the panic, and the relief we felt when we finally escaped. That day taught me how quickly things can spiral out of control, how small decisions can lead to moments that stay with you forever. It wasn't a ghost story or a fairy tale, just a simple, real experience that scared two kids who only wanted to skip a lesson. And I'm grateful that it ended without anything worse happening. Life has been quieter and safer since then, but that memory remains sharp, a reminder of how easily things can go wrong and how lucky we were to get away. I never thought something like this would happen to me. It wasn't just a bad day. It was a nightmare that lasted for months and left scars I'm still trying to understand. Just this year, everything changed. I lost so many friends, almost got jumped, and my life at school became something I barely recognized. It all started with one girl. I didn't know her well at first, but I knew she was jealous of me. She was always around the same group of friends, the ones I was closest to. Somehow, it bothered her that I was part of their circle, maybe even the center of it. I never did anything to her. I wasn't mean. I didn't try to cause trouble. I just lived my life, talked with my friends, went to class, and tried to stay out of drama. But I guess that wasn't enough. One morning, I woke up and went to school like it was any other day. I didn't expect the cold silence waiting for me. The hallways felt different. I noticed people I used to smile at or say hello to were now looking right through me, like I didn't exist or worse, like they hated me. I didn't know why. The pit in my stomach grew heavier as the day went on. By lunch, I realized something was seriously wrong. I went to the bathroom to clear my head, thinking maybe if I just stayed quiet for a minute, I could figure out what was going on. But the moment I stepped inside, I could feel eyes watching me. The bathroom was usually empty, but that day, there were a few people waiting by the sinks, staring at me like I was some kind of monster. Their gazes were cold, sharp, and filled with disgust. I froze. I couldn't move. It felt like every breath I took was choking me. I was trapped, surrounded by this invisible cage made of fear and hate. The bathroom stalls felt like tiny prisons, and I wanted to hide in one until the bell rang. But I had to leave eventually. I dried my hands slowly, pretending not to notice the stares, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in my chest that whispered I was in danger. The worst part came later. I heard rumors, whispers in the halls. People didn't want to say it out loud, but the damage was already done. That girl, the one who was jealous, had spread a lie so terrible it made my skin crawl. She said I did something horrible to her in the bathroom. She claimed I attacked her in a way I never could or would. She said I raped her. I couldn't believe it. I was shocked, scared, and angry all at once. I knew how serious such an accusation was. It wasn't just about losing friends anymore. It was about my whole life being destroyed. I was scared of what could happen next. The police, the school, my family finding out. What if they believed her? What if no one believed me? The thought made my head spin. For days, I stayed quiet. I didn't want to talk to anyone. My phone stopped ringing. People who used to say hi in the halls turned their backs. My friends, the ones who knew me well, started avoiding me. I felt like I was drowning, trying to scream underwater. The weight of the lie pressed down on me so hard I felt like breaking. Everywhere I looked, I saw the consequences. Teachers treated me differently, eyes flicking with suspicion even when they tried to hide it. The school counselors asked questions that felt like accusations. I wanted to scream, to shout that I was innocent, but I knew that wouldn't fix anything. The truth felt trapped inside me, locked behind a wall of fear. I remember sitting alone at lunch, staring at my untouched food. The cafeteria, once full of laughter and chatter, was now just a place of silence around me. I could hear snickers from far tables, people whispering, judging, condemning. I wasn't safe anywhere. I felt like a ghost in the halls, invisible and unwanted. One afternoon, I went to the bathroom again, hoping for a moment of peace. But that peace never came. I caught glimpses of people staring at me, as if I was dangerous. I felt their hatred like a physical force. I wanted to escape. I wanted to disappear. Then one day it got worse. I was walking to class when a group of kids blocked my way. Their faces were hard, eyes filled with something I hadn't seen before, anger, resentment, maybe even hatred. I knew what was coming. I tried to back away slowly, heart pounding like it would burst through my chest. But they closed in. I almost got jumped. It was chaos, shoves, threats, voices raised in anger. I fought to keep my balance, my hands up to protect myself, but I was outnumbered and scared. The fight didn't last long. Some teachers showed up and broke it up before it went too far. But the damage was done. The message was clear. I was a target now, someone to be feared and hated. The days after that were a blur. I felt alone. No one came to check if I was okay. I didn't want to talk to anyone because every conversation turned into questions about the rumor. It wasn't about how I was feeling or what I needed. It was about whether I was guilty or not. The shame and humiliation were unbearable. I started skipping school sometimes. I couldn't face the stares, the whispers, the isolation. When I did go, I stayed quiet, hoping not to draw attention. My grades slipped because I couldn't concentrate. I felt like I was sinking deeper and deeper into a dark hole, and there was no way out. At night, I lay awake, replaying the days in my mind, the faces of the people who had once been my friends, but now turned away. I thought about what life was like before the lie, how everything was simple, and how now, every moment was filled with fear and doubt. I wondered if things would ever be normal again. Then one day, the truth started to come out. Some of the people who had believed the lie began to see cracks in the story. They realized the girl's story didn't add up. They talked quietly among themselves. Slowly, some friends came back. Not all, but a few. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't quick. I went to the principal's office, where they told me they were investigating and would do their best to figure out what really happened. I gave my side of the story over and over, even though every time I spoke about it, it hurt like fresh wounds reopening. But I had to keep going. I had to keep fighting for the truth. In the weeks that followed, I learned how much damage a single lie could cause. It wasn't just about losing friends. It was about losing trust, safety, and a sense of self. I felt broken, but also determined. I knew I couldn't let this define me. I started to rebuild. It was slow. Some days, I still felt the weight of what happened. The fear, the shame, the sadness, they didn't disappear overnight. But I found small moments of hope. A smile from a teacher. A text from a friend who hadn't given up on me. The feeling of fresh air on my face during a walk outside. The sound of music that made me feel alive again. I worked hard to remember who I was before all this, someone who was kind, funny, and full of dreams. I realized I had to be my own strongest supporter because not everyone would be there for me. And that was okay. It was hard, but I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I could heal. Looking back, I know that experience changed me forever. It showed me how fragile trust can be and how cruel people sometimes are. But it also showed me how strong I am, even when everything feels like it's falling apart. I'm not the same person I was before, and that's okay. I'm someone who survived something terrible and is still standing. I lost a lot, friends, peace of mind, innocence, but I didn't lose myself. The girl who leaped, she never faced the truth the way I did. But I stopped caring about her long ago. My life is about moving forward, not looking back. Now, when I walk through the school halls, I don't feel invisible anymore. I feel real. I feel alive. And I know that no matter what happens next, I have the strength to keep going.